Hi. It's been a while. Stuff's happened. People have had to go other places, and things have been testicle. But
Testicle.
we're back. Testicle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Balls up,
testing.
yeah.
So it's testicle. So it's testicle.
Right, okay.
When something's if you say something's quizzical, that's quizzical. This is testing, so it's testicle.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep saying
Look,
testicle.
leave my personal idioms out of this.
This is
Anyway.
pre-recorded. We would just like to say that this is
We can
pre-recorded.
edit it out.
Yeah. So
Fix it in post.
So, as you may have noticed, we are unfortunately currently not streaming. This is due to personal problems in various social work, general lives of certain members of the group. This is something that is going to take a while. Hopefully we'll be back streaming probably March-ish next year, depending. But we'll keep you all posted, and until then we will be doing some pre-recorded one-shots, maybe a couple of mini campaigns, little things like that just to tide us over. But the Armate main campaign is currently on hiatus until we can stream again. Which just means that this lot get a bit of a break from the doom and gloom that was Reform. Anyhow, so tonight we are going to be doing something of a bit of a team favourite, and I hope a bit of a fan favourite. It's Destruction Management!
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah.
Joining me, as usual, but not as usual, we have Annette as Lara Ironfist.
Hello.
We have Ben as George Longshaft.
Alright. I don't know what
We-
accent I gave him, but
I don't think you gave him one. I can't remember. We haven't played these guys in a
we're all gonna
while,
have
so.
new accents.
We have Steph as Okarak.
Hello.
We have Reese as I think it's Flair?
Fever.
Fever. That's the one. I knew it began with an F.
Hello.
I always have a problem with that one character. And then we have Aaron as Carter.
What?
So, last time the party had made their escape from the domain that they'd rescued Okarak from, and had made their way to the carnival, minus their friend Dolk, who had stayed behind and perished, buying them time to escape through the mists. Arriving at the carnival, they quickly reconnected with Okarak, and then began to investigate their surroundings, finding a thriving but sort of dingy and dismal carnival in this dangerous place that they'd found themselves in of these mists was a bit of a shock, but they adapted slowly, only to find that this carnival was currently being plagued by some form of creature that was polymorphing or transfiguring people into pumpkins. They met a new friend in George Longshaft, who took them to the carnival's manager, Isolde, who then tasked them with A, staying safe, but B, doing a bit of investigation work to see if they could discover the source of this problem. They did indeed find the source of the problem, a small animated pumpkin creature. They fought it and then confused it with Okarak's ability to help plants. It then fled, but they eventually tracked it down and found out that it was causing problems because of a corrupted dryad. They managed to bust their way into this dryad's grove with the use of a very timely divine intervention, resulting in Mega Werewolf Lara, and then defeated the dryad and saved the people who'd been transformed into pumpkins,
Including George.
including George.
Oh yeah, George was a pumpkin, wasn't he?
Yeah, but
Because I ran
they
away
then-
from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Tree Men with it.
They returned to the carnival and were told by Isolde that she now would put them up anytime they came through the mist to the carnival. They would have room and board, and that they were free to spend time at the carnival. And if they had something that the carnival could potentially help with, such as being moved somewhere they needed to go, they would just have to come and talk to her. It has been a week since those events have happened. I'll now ask, what would each of your characters have been doing for a week at the carnival? You've been moving from each day, you sort of move to a different edge of a domain, or sort of every 2 days maybe if it's busy. And you see the comings and goings of different folk from amongst these different domains. And you get a bit, you've been listening out for any rumors or hearsay that may link to the friends that you have lost along the way. But so far you've not heard anything. But let's start with Fever. What would you have been doing for a week in the carnival?
I'd likely just be looking to help out around the carnival with small tasks, trying to stay out of the general goings on.
Yeah, and that's easy enough to do. There are people at the carnival who, there's obviously the performers and the stall owners and all that sort of thing, but there is this whole subset of the carnival that are just effective. Think like the tech crew at a theatre. They just run things behind the scenes. So you've been helping like in the big top, like getting props set up, getting costumes ready, that sort of thing. Just like busybody tasks, but just where somewhere you can lend a hand, and you've been lending it. Lara?
I've probably been trying to make some cash and stuff, and just been, I don't know, doing a strong woman routine and letting kids ride on her shoulders in werewolf form and stuff like that.
Okay. So yeah, from that over the course of a week, you probably have made, I would say, about 10 gold pieces in total, charging maybe a silver a go for these kids to ride on what is told to them is probably not an actual werewolf, just to keep their parents happy.
Yeah. They don't need to know who I really am. It's a mascot suit. It's just really realistic.
Oh, werewolf, it's
Okay.
wolfwear.
Yeah, wolfwear.
Okay. So, George, obviously you'll have been running your stall and making your food and selling your wares.
Yeah, and the other thing that I wanted to try and do was test the longevity of putting bardic inspiration into cakes. Obviously, we tested that, or he did it for the first time the last day, and he wants to know whether or not that works, how long they last, whether it's going to be a case of they get very stale very quick and can't be used, or you know, and mess around with like some of the party to see the effectiveness of that sort of thing.
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence-based performance check. So use your intelligence modifier, but if you're proficient in performance, add your proficiency modifier.
Okay. Can't remember how to do this stuff. So performance check.
Yep.
So was it roll performance, so roll a d20, but add your intelligence modifier and proficiency if you're proficient, but not your performance
not your charisma.
modifier.
Yeah, so that's straight 15.
Straight 15, okay. So, through a couple of trial and errors and using a couple of different ingredients than you maybe usually would in these, you do manage to find a way to make inspiration cookies.
Okay.
They last for a day before they start to go stale. And you get the feeling their longest shelf life you could get if you maybe kept them boxed up and as airtight as possible would be 2 days.
Okay.
Okay?
He's quite happy with that.
Alright. And from your stall, including the tithe that you've got to pay already being taken out by Isolde, you've probably made about 20 gold.
Ooh.
Okay. Okarak, what have you been doing?
I will have absolutely been playing any games, all the games, anything to get hold
Just being
of.
the sweet cinnamon roll that she is.
Yeah. So, you have been spending your time at the carnival just running around, like joining in with the local children, just seeing all the shows, seeing everything you can, and just
Taking it all in.
taking it all in. And in fact, there is probably an NPC you've probably gotten on quite well with, which would be Celessa the Snake, who you've probably... She's also a druid, so you've probably bonded quite well with her. She claims to have been born a snake and has been transformed into an elf now. But she was originally born a snake. So you probably get on quite well with her and probably have quite a bit of fun with her at her attraction, and maybe join in a bit, doing a bit of druidic magic to aid her along.
Okay.
But yeah, you've probably amassed a large number of spooky stuffed toys, and probably quite a few like random trinkets
Literally
from
turned
playing
to
the
everyone
games.
Just like all these teddies.
Yeah, you guys have gotten a tent, and like half of it's just taken up with Okarak's prizes.
Can't take them with you. With us when we leave. They stay here.
Okay, and finally,
You take
Carter,
one.
what have you been doing?
So between sort of like participating in games that sort of like adhere to his skills, he would have possibly been swindling people out of their cash as well as trying to find information on his missing best buddy and unicorn friend.
So probably you probably set up things like find the lady, like card tricks, things like that.
Yeah.
And you probably got a visit from Hermos, the half giant, on behalf of Isolde, and told swindling's fine, but there has to be a chance for them to actually win. I don't mind you fleecing people, but it's got to be fair fleecing, sort of thing. It's very much Isolde's way of saying, yeah, this is what a carnival does, but we don't... Like, it's got to be fair.
Yeah. There's got to be at least some chance.
Yes.
It'd be like
And he's
0.1,
taken that sort of like
1%.
sum as
More
the
or-
most minimal possible.
More along the lines of, like, if you're doing, like, find the lady with the cups, the ball does have to be under a cup. Doesn't necessarily mean that you, like, can't, like, do fancy tricks and stuff to really confuse people, or you can use a bit of magic to
Make
hide
it,
it a
make
bit
it invisible.
or misdirect people
Yeah.
from it. That's fine, but the ball has to actually be under a cup. You have to be able to lift it up and go, oh, what a shame, you lost, sort of thing.
No,
Yeah.
winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, it probably sort of like allows one in like every couple of hundred people to win.
Reminds me of the Vulture in Mass Effect. Because
Yeah.
they
But-
do the find the lady thing with the cup and they're like, yeah, you lose.
But through that, you've probably made about 15 gold.
So what you're saying is Lara made the least amount of money.
The thing,
Okarak made the least amount of money.
Yeah.
Oh, you spent the most money.
no, Okarak was allowed to play all the games for free because you helped the carnival.
Yeah.
There is a standing order to just... Although you get the feeling from the way Isolde has been glaring at you in the mess tent, Okarak, that order may be rescinded soon.
All it
Any
Those teddies have a
information-
value. You know, they've got the tags on. They're still mini monsters, so
Some collectors would pay high money for this one. This is limited edition.
You have not also not you. So the main party have not heard anything about Zirin, and you, Carter, have not heard anything about Dram from any of the domains you have visited. You know that there is potentially somewhere you guys could go to get information, but obviously, Carter, you're leery to do it because of your experience with them, and the rest of you probably are taking Carter's advice, which is you could probably get information from the Fae of Litwick Market, but are you willing to pay the price is what you've had to be discussing over the past sort of week. Because you don't know what will be asked for. But it is the end of a day here at the carnival. The guests have all just begun leaving. The lights and lanterns are beginning to be doused as you guys find your way back to your now shared tent George Longshaft has his own tent, but it's up to him whether he wanted to have moved in with this ragtag group or not.
I think he would have extended the invitation to anybody that was brave enough to actually have the pies. But it's whether they accepted the invitation. It's up to them.
Okarak absolutely would devour a pie.
Well, I'm more meaning, George, like they've been given, like you've got your own little individual tent, same as
Yeah.
a lot of the other performers.
Oh, you
They've
mean
been
if I move
given
in with them?
yeah, they've been given like a big tent where there would be room for you to move in if you wanted to.
It would probably depend on the evening. If I worked late on the stall, I'd probably go back to my own tent. But if it's
Yeah.
like a social, then I would probably go back to the big tent.
Okay. And what do you think you would have done on this particular evening? Just so I know who's there for this next bit.
What day would it have been?
So you would probably at this point you're just leaving a minor. Actually, yeah, you were on the edges of Darkon actually. So you've had quite a busy day. Darkon is one of the more peaceful domains of Dread in a way. Like it's got a lot of towns and villages, and the administration there doesn't really like. It's a very strict administration, but they don't interfere in the day-to-day lives of their people too much. So the people are free to come and go to the carnival as they want, and when the carnival does come, it's a big thing in Darkon. The word gets around, and loads of people turn up. So it's probably been quite a busy day.
Yeah, if the going was good, he would have kept baking stuff until all of the visitors is gone. So it'd probably be go back to his own tent.
Okay. All right. So George heads back to his own tent. The rest of you, as you return to your shared tent, as you're coming towards it, you hear in a tree nearby the cawing of a raven.
Is that a
As you-
sign?
Glance up, there is a slightly larger than usual raven sat staring at you all from the tree.
I'd probably go up to it because I might think it's the Raven Queen.
It flutters a bit and hops to a slightly higher branch, but keeps an eye on you.
That you? Weenie?
Caw! Caw!
Maybe you're just a stupid bird.
Caw!
Not a stupid bird. Why are you looking at us?
Sort of preens a bit and sort of like cleans some of its feathers.
Well, even if it was her, she's Vegas shit. I'm gonna go sleep. I'll walk into
I
the
just
tent.
kind of leans over to Fever, offering him like some of the bottle of like alcohol that he's managed to get a hold of today. Like, does she always talk to animals like that?
She just glare at you before she goes in the tent.
Okarak's kind of looking up at it like, huh.
Okay.
Eating
As you
It's squawking angrily
As you-
behind you. It's in your
As-
face.
You enter the tent, Lara. You hear the flapping of wings behind you as you open the tent and look in and see on your bed, specifically, a letter.
Oh,
Resting atop the letter is a single raven's feather.
I knew it! I'll pick the letter up and pocket the feather.
Okay. Picking the letter up, you can see it is sealed with a wax seal. It's got a specific emblem on it of almost, it looks like an amulet with a raven superimposed on it.
Oh, never received a letter
Not a
from her
raven.
before.
Not a Raven Queen insignia that you
No?
recognize.
But
No.
she's gonna think that it is because she's not that bright. I'll break the seal and open it and read it.
Okay. Opening it and reading it, it goes, "Greetings. We have been watching you since your first foray into the domains of Dread. We watched you as you went through Harvrest House. Then, when you left and returned, we watched you as you went through Tempest. You have proven yourselves dogged, determined, and resourceful. As such, we, the Keepers of the Feather, have decided to reach out to you with some information that you have been searching for, in hopes that perhaps we can give you another small test to see how resourceful and useful you may be. Your acquaintance known as Z-Rin is currently in the domain of Ikaf. We also have the location of the one known as Dran. But for now, we believe it is best that you focus on Z-Rin, as she is in the more immediate peril. Know that we will be watching. We expect great things. The Keepers of the Feather.
I'll poke my head out of the tent. Guys, letter, come in.
Hey,
You want to say friends,
Alright.
right? Let's go. Get in the tent.
Akrak's probably already in there. She's probably like got a couple of squishy.
Yeah, by the way, these
I'm a-
Just their
these
head.
dolls are not, like I say, these dolls are not like, they're not like the sort of dolls you'd normally win at a carnival. We're talking things like a plush zombie where like the arm is like falling off. There's like a mummy which has like felt wraps around it, and you unwrap it and there's like gangrenous wounds underneath. We're talking things that look like, like in Pirates of the Caribbean, those like shrunken heads,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
like ones of those made out of cloth. They're not pretty cute things. This is still the Mists. These are macabre and scary. But at
I
the
want
same
them.
time,
In
Surrounded
real
by
life.
them, but she's probably got one of the shrunken heads on top of her head or something.
So is everyone in
Yeah,
the
I
tent now?
imagine Carter will then come back in.
Yep.
Still drinking.
So is everyone here?
except
yeah.
for George.
Ah, where's George?
In his own
I
tent.
can go fetch him if you want.
Might as well. Need all the help we can get, I think.
Okay. And with that, Carter just turns around and
Jaffa agrees.
bottle of booze in hand
He
walks
does.
towards where he knows George to be.
Yeah, you know where George's tent is. It's easy enough to find.
Yeah, I knock on the tent frame. George, you in there?
Oh, my snore didn't get picked up by the mic.
No.
I tried to make a snore sound. Snore, 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 snore.
Oi, pumpkin. Wakey, wakey, we're wanted.
Eggs and bakey?
If
I
you
don't know
want.
what's for breakfast. But it's not
Okay.
morning yet.
Oh. Okay. Gets up and he's not got his full gear on. He's just like almost in his nightwear. Going over.
Yeah. Okay. So eventually Carter returns with George in tow.
I got sleeping booty.
Good. That's all of us then. I've got a letter here with some information that we've been looking for. Some Order of the Feather. You ever heard of them?
Uh,
I have.
George, as
George.
Carter, you won't have. George, as a Mist native, you have had of Keepers of the Feather. You
Okay.
know, mainly they're like this. Think like Victorian era high society occult groups.
And then
Like
obscura.
that is very much. It's like that. It's like this very. That is the like what most people know, but you know that there is supposed to be some secretive, actual seriousness to the background of it. But that's like all you know is just this general information that normally it's just this. These groups of high society people form together and get together with a Ouija board and do it and that sort of thing. But there is meant to be some influence behind it somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Weird, well-to-do people. Weird handshakes, decoder rings, that sort of thing. Cool.
They seem to know where Zirin is,
Who?
and they've been watching us, and they think that we could help. She's in somewhere called Ikaf. I don't know where that is. There's mention of someone called... what was his name again?
Duran?
Dran.
Dran.
There's someone called Dran. I don't know who that is.
With that, Carter's like actually fully paying attention now. Yeah.
You know who that is?
Yeah, that's the guy I'm looking for.
Oh, right. Well, it's apparently not the one most in immediate danger. Zirin is, but I guess if we get Zirin, then we can get Dran.
More than
And
likely,
I'll hand the letter out and let everyone like have a read, rather than
Yeah.
her trying to explain.
Reminding who Zirin is.
Zirin is the ninja
The monk.
lady monk.
My monk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
As
It's
the
been
rest,
a while.
yeah, as the rest of them re-entered the mist, Zirin was snatched away from them by
Yeah.
some form of power.
Cool.
Yeah, Carter will read the letter, just hoping to glean any more information he can from it.
So it, like I say, it's exactly as I said, and it states that they know the location of Dran, but he is in less imminent danger. They don't say not in danger, just less imminent.
So as you can see from the letter, they seem like they might be able to help us with Dran if we
Hmm.
pass whatever test it is to get Zirin. I don't know why they're helping us. I don't know who they are, but
Don't trust them.
that's the thing.
but
No, of course not.
if it's
Definitely not.
Anything to get our friends back? Quite possibly. I kind of want my
Yes.
bodyguard back.
Can
Bodyguard?
George? Oh,
Yeah, Dran was sort of like, well, he's my best mate, but he
But
did.
you can
the
defend
majority of
yourself.
fight.
Why do you need bodyguard?
Oh, I can defend myself, but you know, if I'm in the middle of a game or something and someone comes up behind me, I'm not good. I don't exactly have eyes in the back of my head, do I?
I suppose not.
I do. And she turns this shrunken head round.
Ah,
can
you do.
George have a look at the letter, and he's gonna like hold it up to the light and like move it over to like if there's a fire, just put it towards the heat, and then maybe if that doesn't work, he's gonna get some lemon juice and pour some lemon juice on it because he knows like how these weird, well-to-do, creepy people do things a little bit. So he's just heard of some tricks of obscuring like messages in like
Go ahead.
tea.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Laura's
Is
just
George
leaning over to
trying
Carter
eat
like,
paper.
yeah, what's he doing? Cooking it? Seasoning it?
It looks like he's eating it.
13.
Okay. 13. You think there's like you're convinced there's something there, but you are obviously not trying the right methods. There
Right.
must be some obscure method you've never heard of to do this. You're sure there must be something there though.
And with a huff, I just hand the letter back, just like.
Hold it, it's just dripping with lemon juice and she just kind of drops it on the floor.
I mean, as a rogue, would I know anything that, seeing George doing this, would I know of any other tricks that might work?
Go
I mean, it could
ahead.
just be a letter, you know.
Go ahead and roll a straight intelligence check for me.
It's just,
Okay.
it's
It's
just a
never
letter,
just a
dude.
letter.
It's literally just a letter.
20.
It's just a
20.
chair.
Okay, there is
Famous
one
software.
other thing that you do know, and that would be
Peeing on it.
effectively thieves can't. Looking at like
Yeah.
the way it's written and like looking at that sort of thing, and as you pick it up and sort of look at it, you do see that there are certain letters that are in like words that are slightly different. Like the way it's been written, it's almost like they've been gone over a second time to emphasize them with the ink. And as you sort of
Okay.
pick them out and add them together, it comes out as, if you need help, find the walker.
I'll pretty much read that out to everyone.
What? Where does it say that?
The Walker.
What's a walker?
Isn't he from Texas? I don't know where Texas is, but
George, roll me a
What?
history check.
Yeah.
Is that the
Walker,
type of
the
crisp?
Texas Ranger.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the thing.
The
Walker,
Christopher
walking,
Walken.
same thing.
Christopher Walken.
That
Yeah.
one.
That one. No,
Three.
Fantastic.
the
Oh.
name, the title, the walker rings a bell, but you can't dredge up why.
Okay.
We're all walkers here.
Well, I'll walk up here.
I'm walking here.
I'm walking it. Right, so what are we going to do? We find Walker and that gets us to where Zirin is, or
What did letter say again?
I don't know. It's covered in lemon juice.
Ah.
The letter is
It's
still
alright,
legible.
Yeah.
I
So
can
I
fix
should have
that.
holds
He
it
pulls out
up
some
and
bread
it's.
and dabs the lemon juice with the bread.
Oh, you're
Now he's
smudging
turning
it.
it into a sandwich.
Just
you
kind
go.
of hold it up, like dripping.
So effectively, it states that Zirin is in the dread domain of Ikaf. It doesn't state any way for you to get there. It's quite evident that they are expecting you to make your own way there.
And then she'll pull out the feather and like look at it. Does this do anything? It came with the letter. Maybe it's a ticket. We had a ticket
Go
before.
towards
Didn't
it with the
Uh,
lemon.
we? Get away from it!
I'll take a hold of the feather and I'll
You
investigate
take
it.
a hold of it, and your innate mist walking kicks in. This is not a mist token.
Ah,
No, it's,
When you hold other things like your bloody spear point, or the piece of like zombie flesh, or the ticket for the carnival, you can feel like them, like a draw through them to like a almost like a string going out into the mists. But with this, there's nothing like that.
no?
ooh, zombie flesh. Is that another one that I've acquired? Because I had the
Uh,
empty bottle to Barovia.
Oh, sorry, that I'd forgotten what your token for Barovia was, so I just
Yeah,
said
it's
zombie
the
flesh.
empty bottle.
Yeah, so you know that one goes to Barovia.
Yeah.
The bloody spear point, you still don't know where it goes.
I've got
I'll
all...
take the feather back and I'll just put it in my hair or something.
No, because it was the carnival ticket that I didn't know where. The spearhead was Falkovnia.
All right, sorry, I didn't know whether you knew that or not.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we did it.
Yeah, the
But yeah,
carnival
you know that
ticket
goes.
was one that I didn't know because we took a
Yeah.
gamble with.
Yeah, you know
saving.
you know Falkovnia, and you know you should probably avoid Falkovnia.
So that
Sorry,
so
I am
feather
the
in
feather
hair.
back.
I'll
So
put it in
that
my
place
hair.
that I already forgot what it's called. We need to find how to get
Ikaf.
there.
We need to find Ikaf. Maybe we could ask.
Around.
Yeah,
They know the area.
yeah. Let's
Well,
do that.
also, the carnival said that they would help us get to certain places if we needed help. So
Yes.
Let's ask.
Will you
yeah.
be coming with us,
Carnival.
George?
Yeah, George, you coming?
Or
do you
you
want
stay?
me to come with you?
I mean, every little helps, but
You feed
your
pie.
home is here, so it's up to you.
My home is wherever I can cook some decent food. So
Not sure whether we'll be doing that, but if you can cook food for us, then yes. Please come with us.
will you have one of my pies?
Yes.
Does it have questionable meat in it?
No.
Oh, Greg's already grabbed it out of your hand.
Well, I was saying this to.
Is it safe, Cutter?
I
I'm
mean-
really hungry. I've not eaten for a week. Is
I
it safe?
imagine so. I mean, it ain't pumpkin, is it? Is it?
I'm
I
too
think
hungry
Lara
now.
is- Lara is the only person who hasn't had one of his pies yet, I think. So
No, Carter hasn't either.
She'll be like, I'm hungry. I try.
How's your
And-
mind?
What have you done to it?
I-
She's just
Oh,
kind of
I'll eat some
inspecting it in
pie.
her giant hand.
I mean, I've been around George long enough now to think, well, to
You kind of
see that he's
sniff it.
as
Does
harmless.
it smell alright?
It smells like a meat pie.
Meat pie.
She'll shove it in her mouth.
Tastes wonderful.
Mm.
Meaty, juicy. Pastry is crumbly and
I don't like that
flaky.
smile on your face. What have you done to this pie?
and now Constitution saving throw.
No!
No.
This is actually good. It's a good pie.
It was the one that was
can
poisoned.
tell, Larry, you've got a bit of dribble on your chin. He says
Where?
as he takes his piece of pie.
Where?
There.
Where? You get it.
No.
There we go. And now we can be the Fellowship of the Travelling Pie.
What? No!
Wait.
So, what are you guys planning to do?
Well, Okarak
Go speak
suggested
to Big
going
Boss
to
Lady.
the big
Going
boss
to talk,
lady. Yeah.
talk to Big Boss Lady about it.
To Isolde, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring the weird letter that's,
Okay.
a bit crinkled and damp still.
So, you guys make your way
Smells
through the
lemon
carnival, round the back of the big top, which is slowly being like cleaned and put like you can see like popcorn bags and bits of pie being scooped up and put into trash bags and that sort of thing from inside. But you make your way around the back to Isolde's tent. This tent obviously is slightly nicer than most of the tents here at the carnival, but only slightly. Isolde is what a person of humble means and doesn't like massive amounts of comfort. But as the leader of the carnival, she is afforded slightly more than the rest of the regular carnies. But getting there, you can see that the flap is open, the lanterns are lit. Isolde is obviously still awake.
Isolde?
Come in, come in. As you go in, you can see the cushions scattered around the floor, a small central iron stove with a kettle atop it, and Isolde sat in a large, big pillow, currently just sat cross-legged, and a penth across her knee, that glowing red sword. And she sort of looks up and looks at you two and goes, "Ah, okay. I was going to call you tomorrow to tell you to not let that one," and she points at Okarak, "play any more games for free, but this is as good a time as any.
I mean,
Hold
No more."
fucking
you're
head.
lucky, actually. We need a favor. We might be leaving.
Oh.
She'll hand her the letter. Sorry that
She
it's wet. Don't ask
reaches
questions.
out and gingerly takes it and quickly skims it, and you can see, George, you're versed enough in Isolde to see the muted rage at someone coming into her carnival without her knowledge. Like, this suggests that the Keepers of the Feather have been in and around her carnival without telling her, sort of thing. So you can see there is this very indignant expression on her face about this. But she then sort of keeps reading and goes, "I see. And what is it exactly that you... Ikaf. You want me to move my carnival to Ikaf?"
I think
tell
our
us where it
friend
is.
is there, or you can tell us how to get there. Is it bad? Is it a bad place? We think our friend's in trouble.
It is not a domain me or mine go near. For one, it is not profitable. For two, any people I send there don't come back.
Ah,
I can
couldn't they go
move the
somewhere
domain there,
nice?
but it will put me at a loss. So
is
I would
there
be...
a way that we could get there without you having to do that?
Well,
to
let
save
me
you money?
make my offer first. There is something in Ikaf I would like. As I said, I've sent people to Ikaf before on the few times we have met its borders, in hopes of finding this item. They unfortunately were not successful. Perhaps you, being a more formidable lot, will be. There is an item known as the Jade Mirror.
Jade
A
Mirror?
magical item that is said to, when you look into it, show you the location of your deepest desire. I would like that mirror. If I move Ikaf, or the carnival, to Ikaf, I would expect you to, as well as doing what you're intending to go there to do, I'm assuming rescue this friend of yours,
Yes.
I would expect you to also locate this mirror and return it to me. Now, if that is unamenable, and you don't want that, then I'm afraid you will have to find your own way there by means of finding a mist token vendor and seeing if there is one who will sell you a token to Ikaf.
What was her name again?
Isolde.
Isolde.
Ysolde.
It's just so I can add it to our treasure to remind us that that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Cool. What if we say we want to find the item, but we can't find it?
Then
How much money are we talking to make up for not getting it for you?
her eye, like she grips the hilt of Nepinth, and the sword glows a little brighter.
We want to
And she
find
goes,
it, but I can't promise if I don't know. Never
if
been to
you
Ikaf.
return to my carnival without the mirror, then I might have to judge you guilty. And the Nepinth glows even brighter at that.
But why guilty if we try, but we can't find?
Because we made a deal. I move the carnival to Ikaf, and you bring me the mirror.
Do you even know where in Ikaf it is?
No.
So how are we supposed to fulfill our end of the bargain with no clues other than what it is?
That's down to you. You're asking me to take a giant risk in moving my carnival onto the edges of a domain that I know barely anything about. The only things I know is from the mutterings of the people who managed to stumble their way out of Ikaf into the carnival, and the first thing they do is either gorge themselves on food or fall asleep. Not exactly good carnival goers.
So what was the alternative? How would we find our way on our own?
You will need to find a vendor of mist tokens and hope they have one available for sale to Ikaf.
Do you have any of them in your carnival?
I would not keep a token to Ikaf in my carnival when I myself do not want to go there. But
What
there
do
are
you
probably
think?
vendors who may come and go amongst the carnival, and if not, then you're free to try your hand at and risk Litwick Market. I'm sure they have something potentially, but any deal you make on your head be it.
So, what do you think, guys? Do we risk it, try and find this mirror? Or do we risk the market?
I mean, you're
And-
welcome to go and try and find a vendor first, but my offer remains open. If you wish
And-
me to move the carnival there, then that is what I require of you.
Considering I understand your great risk, on our hand we have to do some information gathering and then find this item. Should we go with your offer, how many days grace would you give us to find the item before you move on?
I will tell you this. From what I understand, the only time people make it to the carnival from Ikaf is the moment we arrive. After that, the borders seem to lock themselves and no more come through. So, I don't think you'll be able to return to the carnival by normal means without doing something in Ikaf first. As such, as I said, I will not be putting a time limit. I will probably move the carnival the minute after you leave. But your friend Carter there is a Mistwalker with a ticket, a token to the carnival. You will be able to make your way back whenever you wish.
So, what say you guys?
We can always go check the market, ask around if it
Yeah.
doesn't sound.
There's got to be a ticket seller that really likes plushies, and we've got plenty of those.
Hey, plushies.
Okay, so we will go ask around, see, and if not, we will come back here and take you up on your most gracious offer.
Very well. If the rest of you could leave, George, wait a
Yeah.
second, please. I'd like a word.
Come on, Ukorak.
Okay.
Okay. As the rest of you leave, George, you are left in the tent with Isolde, who stands up and sort of sheaves Nepinth in a sheath behind on her back, walks over and sort of stands next to you, and like you're sort of stood, like she's facing out the tent, you're facing into it, and you're side by side. You've been a good help to the carnival these how many years now, George?
So many I can't remember.
Hmm.
I don't think I had grey in my beard when I started.
Many of us didn't have as many significance of age when we started. Even if they don't take me up on my offer, George, you're going to go with them. You're going to
Okay.
go with them, and you're going to keep your eye out for something for me.
Not the mirror?
No. A group like that are going to attract attention. Not necessarily the good kind.
Okay.
Tell me, George, what do you know of the caller?
I'm guessing this is going to be a history check?
Yep. Although it's a low DC for a Mist Dweller.
19.
19. You know the legend of the caller. The
Yeah.
caller is this mysterious entity amongst the mists. It's able to travel where and when it wants. It's somehow not controlled by the dark powers or by the dark lords of the domains. And it can take any form it wishes. And it goes and it finds people, and it appears as this friendly or beautiful or entrancing persona to people, and leads them down a path to ruin, and normally in such a way that it echoes out amongst like their friends and family. And you would also know with that history check, Isolde is hunting the caller. The caller is responsible for the death of all of Isolde's family. And she looks at you and goes, if you see anything, even the slightest hint of something that could be the caller, tell me first. Not them, me. And you will bring them back here with the caller in tow, so that I can shove Nepenthe through its belly.
I mean, you already said that you're going to move the carnival as soon as we get there. Do you have a means of me directly communicating with you?
She reaches into a pouch on the side of the tent and tosses you a small stone and a golden ticket.
Okay.
The stone is a sending stone. It should work between the domains, although I believe it only has 5 uses, so use it sparingly. The ticket is a one-time mist token that works even if you are not a mist walker. Again, use it wisely.
And
Do
if
this for me, and once the caller is slain, I have no reason to own this carnival anymore, George. You might just be a shoo-in for the next manager. You may go.
and I will try and I've got like a little, even though I am wearing my bed gear, I've got like a little pouch that I always wear around my belt, but it's like backwards. It's in the
Yep.
small of my back, and I just quickly slip those 2 items in there, and then scurry off to find the rest of them. I'll probably
Okay.
go via my tent to get my stuff back on, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
That's quick and easy enough to do. The rest of you see George quickly leave, and he quickly says he's just got to go fetch his things from his tent. And then within about 5 minutes, he's back with you all geared up and ready.
Everything okay, George?
Yeah, Isolde was just, she was making comments about me leaving the carnival after all these years.
Oh,
Yeah. Any luck on finding a merchant yet?
he was waiting for Carter to get back. He went to the bathroom tent. At least I think that's where he went.
It's probably the pie. I
What?
have something like that.
I just looks at you really concerned. What's wrong with the pie? You said the pie was fine.
The pie is fine, but it's a lot of rich ingredients. Some people,
Some people are weak.
yes.
Stomach,
their bosses.
stomach rumbles. She just kind of blushes.
Okay. So, as I said, you can see that the carnival is beginning to shut down for the evening, but you can see out beyond the edges of the carnival, Litwick Market, the lamps and torches are still going bright out there. So you know that there is people moving in and around out there in that Fey market. But just he's back.
Did you get lost, Carter?
Sorry, yeah, I just had a phone call.
Ah,
It's all right.
what is it? What
You've
is
got to
a
add
phone
24
call?
damage to your character sheet.
Oh yeah.
And you shot yourself.
Okay. So George has rejoined you all, and you are
Okay.
ready to go wherever you wish.
I think we were going to go to the market, weren't we?
Keep your
Isn't
wits
it
about you,
dangerous
everyone.
in the market?
You think I can talk you out of anything? Wait until you hear these lot.
Is this even worth it? Couldn't we just take his old on over? I mean, if we can't find the item, we could always just not come back, right?
It is an option.
That won't end badly at all, I'm sure.
But considering that this area seems like one of the few safe places that we can go to
True.
until we can find a way back to our world,
Yeah.
I'd rather not have to mess up.
I just want to go to a mist place, and all of us leave. No one gets separated, and we can go home.
I'd like that too.
So, market?
You ever think that there
Yep.
might be like a misplace that's just like full of candy and sweets and happiness and like fun times rather than pain, torment, and anguish?
That here.
Fever,
Yeah, fair point.
Fever, you hear a voice in the back of your head you haven't heard in a while, as the dark entity that currently inhabits your mind speaks up and goes, "Why is the halfling speaking of domains of delight when we are in the domains of dread?"
Sure. I'll say, are there domains of delight?
I hope so. That would be nice. Maybe that's
Almost
home.
half reminded me of Pinhead then.
Carter, you would know there are domains of delight in the Feywild.
I mean, there are. We're
Yeah?
certainly not in them.
No.
Have you got tickets to those?
Yeah, let's go. Let's just forget all of this and go somewhere
if only.
nice. I'm sure Zirin will be fine.
I have plushies.
Right. Okarak, look. When we leave here, you can take one plushie. You can't take them all. We'll come back for the rest.
I
but you
recommend that one. Points to the one on top of her head still.
I like this one. Chief of Tribe wears one like this. Not so squishy though, a little more hard.
So,
Okay, I should give the plushies away.
maybe trade for the secret to Ikaf?
She looks down at the other plushies like she's got two in each arm, and she's like, okay.
They might not want it, but it's worth a try. Let's ask around.
Okay, so you begin making your way through the carnival and into the warrens and tents of Litwick Market. If you'd like to roll me a group investigation check, please.
Woo, group checks can never go wrong.
Investigation.
Yeah, I can
I
try.
rolled a
No, they cannot.
5. A 5.
Okay. So,
We find nothing.
Yeah, Beaver's the only one who knows anything.
as you're heading through the market, you can see multiple stalls set up with strange things on display. Bottles with glowing lights in them, what looks like scrolls made out of bark, bubbling cauldrons, bottles of tinctures and ointments, and various hawkers and sellers crying out their wares. People going, "Come and get your potions, only one memory apiece," and I can give you the greatest of desires fulfilled as long as you will give me an ounce of your despair, and things like that. People whole carking and bartering for things. The main things that stand out to you, one is you can see what looks to be a green-skinned old woman with lank white hair sat at what appears to be maybe a potion stall. You're not certain. You'd have to get closer to find out. The other major thing that grabs your attention is there is a stall with a very old tiefling man who's calling out, "I can find lost things and find items or people among the mists for a price." But that's
Feeling that they don't like plushies.
the two
Well, I mean,
major
is it
things that draw your attention currently.
price? Maybe the price is plushies.
Yeah, we can
We
certainly
could
see, and if he knows where the mirror is, then
So no price.
Maybe we should ask him what the price is.
Let's go up to the tiefling guy.
Okay, so you head over to him and he looks up and he goes, "Ah, what, you are wanting to find something that is lost, yes?
No, I know exactly where it
Kristen
is.
can help."
I just want to know how to get there.
"Oh, I don't help with that. I can only locate things, not tell you the path."
Useless. And then she'll walk away from him and go to a different store.
Okay,
but we
as you go
don't
to
know
walk
where the
away,
item is.
Does he can find things? We already know where she is. He says he can't tell us how to get there, so useless.
Carter, he grabs your hand. You're looking for someone very lost." "Oh yes, I can tell. Do you want to know where they are?"
What's the cost?
Ah, he looks you up and down, and then goes, "The dexterousness of your left hand."
Oh, that could be awkward for a guy. Adult jokes.
No, you said left hand.
Hey, not everyone's right.
Just lose the lone stranger, don't you?
Oh, maybe it becomes the stranger.
You're muted, Aaron.
Oh. I then begin a bartering process to try and sort of like keep all my faculties.
Okay, what do you counter offer with?
The feeling in my left toe.
Yeah, I was gonna say dexterity on the left foot.
Why would I want that?
Do you know what it's like when you've got a numb toe? It's annoying.
The feeling in your left foot.
Not the entire foot.
Soul and heel. Final offer.
Heel.
Soul.
Butt cheek.
The left one.
Careful, or I'll go for the left nut instead.
That might be beneficial.
Well, I mean,
Depends in what situation.
well, no, if you get kicked in the nuts and it's that one, I suppose that would be a blessing.
If I do go with my the sole of my foot, what will that do to my balance?
So it won't actually do anything mechanics wise. It'll just be
Right.
roleplay wise.
You damp on a rock and then bleed to death because you don't realise because you didn't feel it.
But it will
Soul.
the other thing is like things like you may have like disadvantage on like finding pressure plates if you're
Okay,
using
cool.
if you're using your foot to find
Yeah.
them, sort of thing.
The part of the sole on my left foot connected to my pinky toe.
The whole soul or nothing.
I don't like that wording.
The pinky toe and the toe next to it.
All your toes.
Cookie?
Plushie?
I'm all right, thank you.
Yes, special.
I'm bartering with your friend here. You can have your turn in a moment.
Mm.
Meanwhile, Okarak's getting bored of the bartering and she's kind of actually having a look round at the other stalls out of
Just
boredom.
threaten them with violence.
Make a perception check, Okarak.
Perception. No, that's persuasion or perception. 13.
13. Again, the only stalls that stand out to you are this one and that potion one, but you do clock something else. There is a very tall figure in the distance moving through the market, and everyone seems to be giving them a wide berth. When I say tall, not as tall as Hairmost the half giant, but we're talking sort of like 7 foot tall, willowy humanoid figure.
Could be the walker.
I'll
If he
accept the deal
approaches,
on
yeah.
the condition that you collect after I find out whether what you're speaking is true.
I only speak the truth. A deal.
So once I find what I'm looking for, you get the feeling in all my toes.
No, I get the feeling in all your toes, then I give you the answers you seek.
But
This
how
guy-
am I
if
supposed to
this
take your
tall-
word for it?
If this tall guy, person.
I
gets
swear
close-
it that my words will be true. I swear it, my words will be true. I swear it, my words will be true.
But he's
Sworn
tiefling, not
fright.
fey.
But in a fey
So-
market.
Oh.
I know this is sort of like a binding.
Yeah, any promise made thrice is binding to fey. Or fey adjacent creatures. If he was found out to have broken a promise made thrice, he would have no reputation left.
If he had any to begin with.
Done.
Very well. Shake on it.
I shake.
You shake and you feel all the feeling in your toes vanish, and as his hand comes away, you all see this ghostly representation of 5 toes, and he snatches them out the air and quickly shoves them in a satchel.
What did you
And then
promise?
his eyes go this milky white, and he goes, I see a jungle of hunters,
Oh, God.
predator and
Oh,
prey.
fuck me, not there.
The heart tells all. The strong survive, the weak die.
Yeah, we're not getting your mate back.
There.
He's fine.
Your answers are given. Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you.
You're
What-
welcome.
What did you promise him? What did you pay?
Just a feeling in all my toes and my left foot.
Really?
I'm surprised he didn't take 10 because the last thing he said, I think, was the feeling in all your toes. He never specified that it was your left foot.
The
Also,
tiefling
I
in his
was-
eye goes, damn it!
I outswindled
I
him.
also noticed that he never said the sole of your left foot. He just said soul.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. I don't like that wording when he just said
That-
soul.
That's why I was being very, very careful.
Very
on
specific.
how-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so the feeling in your toes? And I stamp on his foot. Did you feel that?
As she,
I
as she
felt it on my foot.
Yeah.
as she stamps on the end of your boot, you don't feel anything on your toes at all.
No.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Okarak spotted this guy,
The-
figure, and
yeah.
it's walking close. It's like, look at the size of him.
He is coming closer, and you can see the crowd parting, and you can now hear. It's like muttering to itself and waving its arms wildly, and you can now see like this figure is dressed in this very heavy robe with a hood up, and like when it waves its arms, you can see its hands are completely bandaged.
Are you
You
okay?
need. Okarak walks straight up to him. It's like, Do you need help?
The walker is thankful for your offer, but
walker!
no assistance is necessary. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Starts waving the letter at Ucker out. The walker, the thing.
The walker. Wait, you the walker?
I am the walker.
I think we need to speak to you.
Many need to speak to the walker, and the walker needs to speak to few.
Do you know where Icaf is?
Okarak's like, come. to
Oh,
rest
wave
of
the,
them.
wave the, lift the letter up to him.
Ikaf,
You?
the cracked bell, the souls, the dream.
What that mean?
You wish to go there? The
Yes,
walker.
yes.
The walker could help. The walker could help indeed.
What do you need, though? What's
You
the
watch as he
price?
reaches into the robe, and as he does, you can see a part of it falls open, and the chest is just again covered in bandages, and you see a little under the hood, and it's just bandages, and there's just a gap for the mouth, and you can just see this putrid yellow on these bandages. They obviously haven't been changed in maybe months.
Do you need healing?
The walker is beyond healing. And he reaches in and he pulls out what looks like it looks like white hair, but it's very wispy and wavy, and he goes, Spirit silk hair from Ikaf. Which of you is the walker?
Him.
Verify. And he holds it out, his hand's still holding it. You have to reach up. He is huge. You are muted, by the way.
I reach up, take the hair, and verify.
As you touch it, you feel that immediate tug and that string going off into the mists. But as he sees your eyes widen, he whips it back. What will you offer the walker and Jeremy?
Jeremy?
Jeremy! And you see he starts proper looking in his cloak and all sorts, and eventually he goes, there you are, you scoundrel, and he pulls out a rat. A small rat. And he's just holding it in his hands, and he goes, this is Jeremy. And he's just starts stroking him.
Drunken head blush.
Oh, cute.
Yeah,
Okarak's
Okarak's tickling the chin of this Jeremy. It's like, oh.
Hi.
The
Breaks
walker
the pie in half.
The walker brings Jeremy up to the pie, and Jeremy sniffs the pie and goes, you watch it, just starts nibbling on it. Jeremy is pleased. The walker is pleased. And he snatches the pie and goes, there, Jeremy, and literally just shoves the rat and the pie into his cloak.
May we have the silk
And then
stuff?
just literally, he just drops the hair and then goes, strange people, weird people, but the walker is not mean. The walker walks always. And he just starts walking off, mumbling to himself.
Well, that was better
Like
than
him.
making a bargain.
I like him. He seems nice.
So now we can go to Ikaf, and we don't need to have the pressure of finding the mirror. Though I think we should look for it all the same.
If we find it, we find it.
But no pressure this time.
Well, I also thought the guy that can find lost things might be a good person to ask about finding the lost thing.
But we know that they're in Ikaf. They're
Yeah,
not lost. We know where they are.
No, we don't know where the
Chris,
mirror is.
did you hear the
Find out
tiefling's
when we
voice
get
call
there.
out? I think he means the more exact location, which I can do.
I don't want to lose the feeling in my feet.
Well, maybe he
Okarak
won't
kind
ask
of-
Make me a different offer then.
No.
What about the tail?
What tail?
When you go all wolf.
She just kind of bristles angrily, like you're just the most offensive thing we've ever
Limp
said to her.
tail, like Zero.
He doesn't have a limp tail anymore. She just kind of scowls at you, like she's completely speechless with rage. She's just glaring at you with her eyes are glowing
turns
yellow. She's
turns round
this
to the
close to killing you. Like
Okarak turns around to the tiefling and is just like, does she?
Oh, a good collection. What is it you're wanting to find, and I'll know if this is a decent offer.
jade mirror of what was it?
Because, you know, sod Rin, you know, not looking for her, just the mirror.
Just a mirror. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, we don't have to make two bargains because we'd want to know where the mirror is, but we also want to know where Rin is.
A jade mirror for any more?
I suppose that might be worth the
what's
plushies.
mirror? Guys, what's the mirror?
Jade mirror, jade mirror.
Jade mirror of Ikaf. Ikaf, did you say Ikaf?
It's in Ikaf. It's a jade mirror. That's all I know.
It
That's-
apparently
yeah, that one.
you can see your desires and
Yeah,
whatever.
it tells you your desires, whatever that means.
He looks over the offered plushies. The plushies, a pie.
You got pie.
Plushies and a pie for that.
Plushies and a pie.
If we did plushies and 2 pies, could you do 2?
For a person, I need something a bit more
okay.
substantial. For an item, I'm willing to trade plushies and pie.
Plushies and pie. Can I keep this one though?
Yes, yes. Just those 4 are part of the deal. He takes them and he quickly places them on shelves in his tent.
Why is it
And you
blurry
take-
on the overlay but not on
Oh,
Discord?
I've blurred. Hang on.
Yeah.
It was just more the fact that it looked blurry on the overlays but not on your face, not in Discord. It does not
No,
like you
it's
say.
still being blurry.
Move your face forward.
Hello.
Now
Oh, it
slowly back away.
Can you imagine if we all did that and
Hey,
freaked out everyone was
Close enough. It'll,
Difficulties.
there we go. It'll sort itself
Yep.
out.
You watch as he takes those and the pie, and then his eyes go that same milky white again. I see a garden of the dead. Fruits and fish abound, but watch below the ground. A house for the undying, walled in a city. There, that is your answer.
I told you he was useless. That's like no clue at all.
Actually, it's more than we had.
Yeah, it's a
It's
walled
still
in
a
city
location,
with
a walled
garden
city
of the
that we don't
dead.
know where it is in Ikaf.
Graveyard.
That we
There,
don't know where
solved
it
it.
is. But we don't know where the
And there's
graveyard is
fish.
in Ikaf.
And
But we
fruit.
don't know where that is either.
I mean, surely you can ask around when you get there.
Yeah. We might even land on it. You don't know.
Yeah.
Whereas if we didn't know that and landed where it was, we might just walk straight past it, not even look.
Do
You're
you
a
want
lot
to find
smarter
that
than you
other
are.
person you were looking for, or
My
is your
goblin
business with
family
me
thinks it.
done?
Well, what would the cost be?
Depends on who's making the deal.
Lara just turns her nose up and crosses her arm. She's not making a deal.
Okarak, I don't think I have anything I can give.
Feeling
You
in
sort
your
of-
other toes.
He sort of looks at you, looks you up and down, Okarak, and just gives this slight smile. How about a bit of your fear?
That seems
Okarak's
kind of...
sitting
Wouldn't
there
that be
going,
good, though? Because then you
what
wouldn't be
am I actually
scared.
scared of?
Nah, he never said a fear, he just said your
Yeah,
fear.
not
A bit of
phobia.
your fear.
What, in terms of you taking some of my fear away?
So that you
So
Yeah.
that I'm
don't
really
get
brave? Or I get more scared easy?
Hmm. If I take away fear, then surely you have less fear to feel.
That is tempting.
Yeah, be careful with that one,
Wouldn't
though.
that make you reckless?
Exactly.
Yeah. Goblin family does say I am smart. Want to keep smart.
He looks around and then he hones in on you, George, and goes, if you were to make the deal, I would take a small chunk of your passion.
Oh no, not the cooking! Don't affect the cooking!
Passionless food, it'd be awful.
Then
I-
looks at you, Fever, and goes, a spark of your flame. And then at you, Lara, and goes,
You just growl at him and then storm off, like not even going to consider it.
so, does anyone want to make a deal?
I think that's a no.
Figure it out when we get
Mm.
there. Sure,
Very
A
well.
feeling in your other toes.
Is that your offer?
Yes.
No.
Worth a try.
The feeling in your right thumb instead.
Then you won't be able to.
You can see him sort of like ponder over it a second. He sort of like mimics drawing his bow. Yeah, I'll take the feeling in your right thumb.
You either won't be able to grip your bow correctly, or you won't be able to pull it back and fire properly. It would fuck up your aim.
As someone who does archery, no, it
You
wouldn't.
need your thumb.
No.
Nope.
No,
When you
Not
do
on that
archery,
one.
you use your
So-
fingers.
no, but
Yeah.
how would you grip the bow if you don't have the thumb to grip it? You'd be
Left,
holding like that.
left
Yeah,
hand, left hand
Left
grip,
hand
right
sits
hand
on the
draw.
Yeah, I
bow.
know, but you.
Right hand sits here. You don't use your thumb at all.
I don't think that's
No.
the play here. I think we
Yeah.
should. The wording he has just used, I think we should go with that.
Mm,
Do we have a deal?
Deal.
what was the wording?
Yeah. And as he draws his hand away, that shadowy, ghostly image of a thumb appears from your hand, and you immediately lose all
Not my
feeling in
hand.
your right thumb.
Not his hand, your hand.
What, mine?
The feeling in your right thumb.
Do you want to die right now? Because if
I'm
you have
just
just
saying
done
it was
that
the
to
wording.
Lara, you are fucking dead. She will go
No,
ballistic.
no,
No, not
in the person-
yours. As in the
the
seller.
guy who made the deal.
Tell her.
guy-
Oh, okay. I was
The
gonna
So
say,
you-
I'm like, do you
You
want to
realise
die?
that, and you watch as his that ghostly image appears, and it's from his hand, and he goes, "Oh shit!"
I'm gonna
Yeah.
Well
say-
played, good sir. I actually give him
Oh,
a gold
you-
coin for.
You
good
proper panicked me
sportsmanship, though.
then.
He flicks.
Because you
he
said
goes
yours
to
and
flick-
pointed at me.
he-
I was like, fuck.
No, no.
He goes to flick the gold coin back at you with his right thumb, and it just doesn't do anything. He's like, "A deal's a deal. I've been bested." His eyes go milky white again. A palace of bones. A sealed room.
Man.
Two halves of a whole. One waking, one dreaming. That is all.
Thank you very much, mate.
When you go to open your packet, and you're just taking the outer thing off and it's still wrapped.
But does that
He-
mean I have an extrasensory thumb now?
No, because the thing still
He
goes
just-
to him.
Wait,
Because
so
it was
wouldn't he
his
have just lost
payment.
lost the feeling in his thumb, but then got it straight back again?
Yeah. You can see him currently. He's got like that ghostly thumb, and he's trying to push it back into his hand.
I was gonna say- Oh man, no!
But
When you
it's
said
very
it
much-
first, I thought you were implying that Carter had just bargained for
No, I
Lara's
just
thumb, and I'm like,
clicked
she
when
would
you
have
said it. I was like,
literally killed you all if
He
you'd done
made
that.
3 deals and tried to do the same trick 3 times. And I heard it. And I was just
so
like,
did
you
I.
sneaky bastard.
Oh, what? Because you were parroting it back to him. It was then
Yeah.
changing the wording to it be. Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
You see, this is why I
Yeah.
don't deal with fate because I don't pick up on things like that.
Mhm.
George pulls out one of his
was
inspiration
clever.
cookies and hands it to the market guy and just goes,
He's already gone. He's closed his stall.
Oh.
He's not making any more deals today.
gone home crying.
But yeah, so the only other stall that's drawing your attention now in Litwick Market, unless you want to go and look for something else in particular, is
that
that
potion.
potion seller.
I mean, we've got
We-
we've got the location of Zirin-ish, we've got the location of the Jade Mirror-ish, and we've got a way to Ikav without having to take her up on
That
her deal,
offer.
so we don't have any pressure to find the mirror. So, I guess
Maybe
we try
looking
and
at the
get supplies and then go.
Yeah, maybe looking at the potions might be a good idea for,
Mm.
healing potentially.
As long as it actually is a healing potion.
And it depends what it costs as well.
Yes.
Okay. So you make your way over to that particular tent, and the old green-skinned woman looks up and smiles at you, and you can see she's only got maybe 6 teeth in her mouth, and she goes, "Welcome to Nanny Nut Clamps. How can I help you?"
Nanny what clamps?
Nut clamp, dear.
Nut clamp.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
My mother
You do you.
had some interesting torture methods.
Apparently.
Yeah. What is the price for healing?
I have. And she reaches up to a shelf and brings down 3 regular-sized vials and 1 larger vial. For the regular vials, a happy memory, or the taste of a favorite food. For the greater healing vial, I would need something more, but I'm open to offers.
The small potions are healing potions, just plain ordinary healing potions, yes?
Yes, they are plain healing potions. Would you like me to swear at Thrice?
Sure.
These are plain healing potions. These are plain healing potions. These are plain healing potions. This, I swear, thrice.
There you go. They are healing potions.
Which plane? Because there's 3 different types of plane. Although I suppose there won't be aeroplanes in this world, will there? 2 different
Or
types
is
of
it
plane.
plainer? Plain.
Yeah, I suppose.
They are plain as in Plain.
Not the meow kind.
No. No, they will not transport you through planar travel when you imbibe one.
Okarak sat there thinking, going, is it worth losing happy memories? But she's got plenty to choose from, so.
When you say the taste of a, what was it? The taste of a your
A
favorite
favourite
food?
food.
It just means if you
Is
eat your
that
favourite
just-
food, you'll no longer be able to taste it, so it'll no longer be your favourite food.
Or is it
Yes.
just the memory of it?
No, it is the ability to taste it.
What if your happiest memory is the memory of how it tastes, but not how it tastes itself?
Then you have lived a very unfulfilled life.
But it would still count as a happy memory.
Oh, yes.
And it wouldn't take away your favourite taste.
It would not affect your taste. It would merely mean that you no longer remembered that that was your favourite food until you tasted it again.
Deal.
Okay? She reaches out, takes your hand, shake.
Okay.
She takes it and...
So it's
what
just the
would be-
memory
what
of
would
my
be,
favourite flavour.
Yeah, what would be your favourite flavour memory?
Bloody
And
steak.
it has to be a memory of eating it.
A bloody steak. The first time she ripped her teeth into her first prey.
She pulls her hand back, and this slightly glowing orb with that image in appears, and she quickly grabs it and bottles it and places it on a shelf before handing you a healing potion.
Cool.
Pleasure doing business.
So then that means that the next time I tear into a prey, I'll get that memory back.
However, the
Maybe.
first time
No.
you tear into a prey and taste
I'll
blood,
probably lose control.
I am going to give you a disadvantage on frenzy, because
fine.
that will then, it'll be as if you are tasting blood for the first
Prey
time.
for the first time. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. I can take that. Yep, that's cool. That's worth it for a healing potion.
Yep, so one
That's just for
regular healing
standard, yeah.
potion. Yeah, standard healing potion.
Yep, adding to equipment. Sorted. Cool.
Anyone else?
I've still got a potion of greater in there anyway. From last time. that I haven't
Okarak's
used.
trying to think of like which one to choose.
Oh,
She's like,
I already had
"Actually, I
a standard
quite a
healing.
nice childhood.
I already had a standard healing potion as well, so does anyone want this healing potion that I bargained for? Because I've got a greater and a standard already, so I don't really need it.
truth be told, I
I'll
do not.
take it.
Yeah, I'll give it to Carter.
That.
How
I
about
didn't check my inventory first, and I was like, I already have a standard and a greater anyway, so I'm good, and I can share that around if
Muzzles
needed.
good, aren't they?
How about the memories of the first woman I spent a night with?
Oh, that would get you the greater. But it has
Okay.
to be every detail from beginning to end.
That's fine.
Very well.
Bad
Shake.
breakup, Judge.
And
Why do I feel
what
like
is-
he's
what
never
is the
spent
memory?
a night with a woman?
Uh,
Yeah,
the
that-
first night I ever spent a night with a woman was with one of the circus act people, sleeping in the same tent. Nothing happened.
She should have specified.
Yeah? Yeah?
She pulls it away, and that memory fades. But and she glances at it, and for a moment you think she's going to be disappointed, but then she smirks and goes, "Oh, that's deeper than you thought it would be, boy." And she bundles it away very quickly, as if there's something special about it, before handing you the greater.
It's worth a shot. Yeah.
I don't really see the significance of it, but I guess we'll find out at some point.
Well, that would have been a risk because
I
you could
would
have lost all memory of your mother, couldn't you?
I would
That would
say
count.
Mm.
Lara and Carter, because you'd be watching this quite closely, make me perception checks.
Oh, fuck. Hang on, that was performance. My bad. There we go. Which is good.
26.
18.
Oh, okay. So you both notice, or
right next to
Lara,
each
you notice. You've seen a couple of these orbs and wisps so far. This one looked different. You're not entirely sure why. Carter, you got a better look. This was a two-toned wisp. Like, there was the usual vibrant colour of the memory, but then there was like a darker half, as if part of the memory was repressed or hidden.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where are we going with this? Because that sounds some dodgy, non-consensual
Yeah.
stuff. I don't like the sound of that.
Which we shouldn't really do.
We're not covering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we just stipulate that it's not anything untoward?
Not
like
anything like that,
that? Okay,
but
cool.
No.
it's
Cool.
something that George doesn't remember.
Okay.
He'd either repressed it or it had been locked away from his recollection, but he now can't access it at all as he has traded it away.
Okay.
Yay! Backstory.
But yeah,
Ish.
she's handed you the greater healing. 2 standard healings left.
Maybe it was secretly his mom.
I think those two will do.
Very well. Safe travels, and I hope to see you again. And if you see my sisters, tell them I say, die.
That'll cost you.
For merely passing on a message, I think not, dear boy.
It's worth a try.
Besides, they're less likely to kill you if you say die from me. Slightly less. A
I was going to
minuscule
say,
amount,
our
but
lives
still.
are at risk here because we're the ones passing on the message.
Yes, but Breakback and Waterboard are a bit strange.
Really going for a theme here with the names, right?
Yeah.
My mother was into torture, and she named us after torture methods. Normally the ones she used on our fathers after they conceived us.
That's fair. So, we have a quick healing, we know where we're going, and we know how to get there. And we have no pressure. So,
Do we just go?
Let's wait till morning. It's still late.
well rested, yes.
Okay. So, you guys head back to your respective tents and you go to bed, and you all take a long rest.
Got plushie.
Yep, I would say the next morning it is easy enough for you guys to gather up basic provisions, anything that you want in the way of food, water that you can carry. That's easy enough. The carnival people are more than happy to furnish you with those. Obviously, George, I'm assuming you're taking probably a rucksack full of ingredients and prepped meals.
I still have a decanter of endless water, apparently.
Yeah, that
So,
wasn't affected. It was only on magical weapons.
Yeah,
that were
so we've
damaged
got
on
no
the way
worries
in.
about water.
Yeah.
Shh. Cat.
But
That's
yes,
being noisy.
is there anything else specifically you'd want to try and find? If so, tell me now, and I can say whether you would be able to get it at the carnival.
Where did
Like I
we
say,
go?
nothing magical or anything like that. But if you wanted things like
no,
rope
no,
or
not in the
a
kitchen.
backpack,
In the kitchen. No, don't you dare puke on the carpet! No!
well,
I specifically do not want cat puke.
no, I'd guessed as much.
Yeah, I don't think I could offer anything for that.
But yeah, if there's anything anyone wants, like a lantern or lamp oil or anything like that, say so now, and we can add it to your inventory.
Let's have a look. What have we actually got? No, I've got a torch.
Probably get some kind of rope and a couple of, I don't know what the word is, swaths of cloth.
Yeah. So that's fine. That's
a
easy
point,
enough to get.
actually. If any of my spells require materials, I will probably get the materials for them.
Yeah, you've got an arcane focus though, which replaces the need for
Oh, yeah,
material
yeah.
components unless they're monetary value material components.
I need at least a flask of oil for my lantern of revealing.
Yep. Again, easy enough for you to get hold of. The carnival has big barrels of oil that they buy from places that they go past.
Fucking cat. Oh. Okay, we're good. Hairball.
Okay, so yeah, easily able to get a flask of oil for your lantern, rope for George, yep, and swaths of cloth. Anyone else need or want anything before you head off?
Nope.
Okay. So you.
Oh, the only thing that will probably happen is Okarak will probably say goodbye to a druid friend, but
Yeah. Celeste sort of. She's sleeping in her snake form, and as you go in, she sort of just raises her head and like hisses at you. Just goes.
just kisses her on the head. It's like, I'm going now.
She just raises her tail and waves it lazily.
And off she's gone.
Okay. All right. You guys make your way to the edges of the carnival where the mist is thickest. And I'm assuming you all take hold of Carter.
Yep.
Carter, you pull out the strand of silken ghost hair.
Yeah.
Feel that tug through the mists as you step forward and begin following the string. Moving through the mists is as disorientating and cloying as you remember from before. You can't see or hear anything much except for occasionally the odd groan or moan around you. Sometimes you think you see a silhouette or a shape in the mists. But Carter, you keep following that string, leading them ever onwards. An indeterminate amount of time passes before eventually, ahead of you, the mist thins and you step out onto a bridge. This bridge is spanning a large chasm, and you can see the tiles and cobblestones beneath your feet are cracked and overgrown with vines. On either side of this bridge facing inwards, you can see multiple statues, carved likenesses of what look to be warriors, statesmen, casters. But the statues are in obvious disrepair, their features worn away by wind, rain, and weather. Above you, the sky is overcast, yet the air here is humid and still. Looking to your left and right, you can see on either side of you, a good distance away, two more bridges similar to this one span this chasm. All three leading towards a walled city. You can see this city, the walls are of an oriental design with strange fortifications on the top. The gates are large and made of jade ahead of you. You can see the city is a spherical one, and there looks to be a central palace. Next to this palace is a large tower, taller than the palace, taller than any other building in the city. And from the top of that, you just see the faintest glint of gold as the sun catches it. On the other side of the city, you can see out past it what looks to be a large bamboo forest, stretching out towards the mists on the other side. It is deathly silent. You hear no sounds from the city ahead of you. There is no
We're
movement.
here.
No movement on the walls. No movement from the streets.
It's quiet.
We aren't in Kansas anymore.
It's so
Kansas.
quiet.
Oh, and Carter, as soon as you entered this place, a feeling that you're used to, that ability to mist walk, that knowledge of being able to step into the mists and go where you please as long as you have a token, the strings. You have the tokens on you and you can almost always feel those strings. Those strings all snapped the moment you stepped into this place.
Oh, yep.
Something here is blocking you from leaving.
Exactly what we were told.
Just what
Yeah,
I need.
and on that note, I am not calling my two little friends here because I know they were blocked from the carnival. But
Oh, I forgot you had your little thingies, didn't you? Yeah.
The
yeah,
boggles, yeah.
The
the
boggles.
boggles.
I forgot about them.
Yeah, I know one of them's dead. The two were blocked from coming to the carnival because they're
Faye.
Fae.
Mm.
But given the fact that we're going to struggle to get out of here,
Oh, to trap them too.
don't want to trap them too.
Towards the
So?
city, I
Well,
guess. Wait,
I
we need
am
to find a
so
graveyard,
g-
don't we?
I am so glad my first trip outside the carnival in 10 years was with you guys to hear. Super loving that decision right now.
You're welcome.
Oh, also, you left the carnival in the morning.
Yeah.
Looking up at the sky, it's late afternoon here.
Be really far away.
No shit.
So let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Right,
here.
what was the first clue again?
Graveyard. I think.
Yes.
A garden of the
Yeah.
dead, fruits and fish abound, watch for the underground in the walled inner city, or something along those lines.
Okay. So, you begin making your way along this bridge, and this bridge is magnificently constructed, spanning this sort of 50-foot wide chasm. And you're slowly moving across it, and you can see, though it is overgrown and in disrepair, it is still strong and sturdy. After a short walk, you come up to these tall jade gates, literally made from jade itself, the precious stone. And you can see on them that it has been carved in the likenesses of angry-faced warriors staring out sternly at you. But the gates, one gate hangs ajar, slightly open. No guards call out to you. No one seems to have noticed your approach.
Should we open them? And do we?
Peek
Go
around
in?
the corner. Hello.
Might look through the
As-
gate to see anyone as well.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be like the scene out of a cartoon where just a bunch
Yeah,
of heads
everyone-
Just
appear around
heads,
the
just like,
corner.
You look round the corner into the street, and all you see is rows of houses just stretching off along the street. No people, no animals, no movement. Just silence.
Let's push open the gates.
Oh,
Yeah.
I suppose
The
there's
gate
only one
itself-
way forward.
The gate is ajar enough that you can all go through. There's no
We-
problem there.
Push it a little bit. But
As you go to push it, make me a strength check, because these are
Okay.
big, heavy gates.
I'm a big, strong girl. This should be fine.
I'm
right?
waiting for you to actually like knock
I'm
it off
gonna-
the hinges and it'll just go crash.
14.
14. It takes a moment, and you have to really strain, but you eventually get it moving. But as you do, the hinges have rusted, and there is just this almighty screech of metal on metal. and it echoes and echoes and echoes across the city. It's deafening in the silence.
Everyone's just standing there waiting for something to happen.
Waiting for something to come out at us.
Nothing seems to do so.
Yeah.
Everything is silent, still. Apparently a ghost dog
There's a
is
dog!
barking at you.
There's a dog!
I suppose our first port of call might be to go somewhere to stay at least.
Yes.
Okay. You begin making your way through the various streets, and you can see there are many streets going off of this gate, and they are done in such a way that like it looks extremely well organized, but almost maze-like in its complexity. Like there are random turns to streets where you don't expect that there would be one, but then as you sort of look at it, it kind of begins to make a bit of sense. But it's not, you're not quite sure about what the pattern is or how it works. But all the houses you pass, the doors and windows are closed. Some slightly ajar, but still mostly closed. No people, no sounds, just the creaking of settling wood.
Find the least damaged room, I guess, and set up camp. Or a base of operations.
This is the thing, though these houses look like slightly dilapidated and run down, none of them look to be in bad repair. They look in fairly good, like, states of actual standing. Some of them look like they might almost be like freshly made, but just from very bad materials.
Go up to the house that looks the newest and knock.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're just going
Yeah.
to go up to a door and knock on it.
Yeah.
You knock. The knock
Yeah.
reverberates and echoes around the street and the house in front of you. You wait 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats. No response, no sound.
Try another house.
You fool! We have no idea what could be in that house.
A fool of a two.
Talk.
Is there at least plumbing enough that I can climb to the roof? My second story climbing.
Yep, the roofs here is think like traditional, like Oriental style housing. Think like Japanese, like almost like pagoda style, like roofs, like the slate roofs coming down, and like there's like each house is like 3 stories, but the slate roof comes down low enough that you can literally like jump, grab the edge, pull up, walk up it, jump, grab the edge, walk up.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that just to see if I can get bearing of any sign of life or
From the top of the
anything
house.
from the top of the house. Yeah.
Go ahead
Seeing
and make
him-
me a perception check.
Seeing him do this, can I just like walk up the side of the house next to him?
Have you got boots of spider climb?
I've got the slippers of spider climb, I think it is.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah, more than easy enough to do.
yeah, so I'm gonna walk up next to him.
Okay.
And I just
So-
leap up onto the roof
Wow.
with my superhuman strength.
Okarak's just watching everyone do their various things, going,
Okay, so with a 12 perception, George, you can make me a perception check as well if you want to.
Can I have
Um,
just like given him advantage? Like
Yeah, you
help?
can just give him advantage, so go ahead and roll again, Carter.
Don't fuck up.
I fucked up.
Maybe we should just stop saying something before we roll, because clearly
So,
it makes the bad
Looking
things happen.
over what you can of the city, there's no movement. There's no signs of life.
Can I
Okarak
use...
calls up, "Can you see graveyard?"
So you sort of
Right.
look around and like look for anything. You can see this tall central palace-like structure with with what looks like a bell, like this tall bell tower next to it. But other than that, most like the layout of this city is a little confusing and a little disorientating. You can't quite seem to get your bearings as to where something like a graveyard would be, or even a center of the city. There's no way to really orient yourself to start a search. You're not sure if it maybe is on the other side of that central palace, or whether you need to turn to the right or the left. You're uncertain.
Can I use Eyes of the Grave and my sense of smell and see if I can find anything, any
Okay.
form of life or unlife?
So you activate Eyes of the Grave. I believe that's within 60 feet.
Yes, 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover and isn't protected by divination magic until the end of my next turn. You can use this feature 3 times.
You use that. Nothing comes up. Nothing glowing or showing.
Anything?
Go ahead and roll perception with advantage because you're using your sense of smell.
25.
25. You sort of sniff the air and there's people here. There's people in these houses. You can smell them.
There's people here. I can smell them. In the houses. But they're not answering the door.
I can smell you.
I can smell you. In the homes.
How did
Better
they
than
smell?
what I can bleed and see.
Maybe they're
Everything looks
sleeping
the
and they
damn
didn't
same
hear
apart
us
from
knock.
that thing in the middle there. I think it's the middle. I can't even tell where the hell we are, whether we're on the edge or the middle or...
I say we go into one of these homes and I don't know, maybe they're asleep, maybe.
Did you say some of the windows and doors were slightly ajar, but still?
Yeah, they're like sliding doors, like typical Asian sliding doors, and you can see like very few of them look to be like properly fully closed. There's quite a few that look like they're just like there's like a little crack at the edges.
Go in.
Just contending with the heat like we are.
Yeah, Okarak's just gonna open a door.
I'll follow to protect Okarak.
Okay, you open the door, and as you walk inside, your footsteps sound loudly on the floors of this place, and you can see there's a lot of dust on the floors, and there doesn't seem to be any tracks or trails through it. As you walk further in, you eventually come to what looks to be like a central room, and there is a central table, 4 chairs round it. The table is set obviously for a meal, and there is what looks like it maybe once was food on the table, but now it's just these growths of mold and fungus. And in the 4 chairs are 4 shapes, but they're also covered in mold and fungus, and you watch as you sort of take a closer look.
Yeah, I know.
And you just see this very slow rise and fall of chests. The very faint movement of bits of mushroom as they are breathed in and out of a nose. There are 4.
This gives me Last of Us vibes.
There are 4 sleeping people sat in these chairs, completely motionless. Poke them. They shift ever so slightly, but they don't wake just yet.
Let me try something. Oh my god.
Let me try something. Fireball.
Can I cast command on one of them and say awaken?
Do you want to try and cast command?
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Okay, you cast command on one of them. Wisdom saving throw, yeah?
Yes, DC 15.
Okay. Which one are you aiming for? There's an adult male, an adult female, and what looks like 2 young boys, probably early
the adult
teens.
Male.
Okay. You watch as suddenly, like, bits of fungus and mold cascade to the floor as he jerks. His eyes open, and he goes, What?
You were sleeping, you're covered in mold, and I don't know why.
And you watch as he suddenly just doubles over, and you watch as more mold and fungus falls away, you just see skeletal limbs.
Do you need
belly
food or water?
Distorted by hunger.
Are you okay?
And his skin just starts to go this pale yellowish color as whatever was sustaining him in sleep is no longer doing so.
Give him some food. I will cast Cure wounds
I think it's probably
on him.
too
And
late.
He
try and help.
clutches your
Well,
leg.
I'm
and goes-
panicking at this point.
He clutches your leg, Lara, and goes, "Let me go back to the dream.
What
Let
dream?
me go back to the dream.
What is the dream?
Let me go back to sleep. Though I'll be missed. My family will be hurt. Let me go back. Let me go back.
I don't know how.
Let me go back. Order me to sleep. Do something. Knock me out quickly."
She'll just smack him on the
Crack
back of the head
on like,
and
yeah.
probably
Yep.
kill him by accident.
Yep. You smack him, and you watch as he slips back into unconsciousness. And the minute he does, his body, like the color of his skin returns.
She'll kind of
He just-
arrange him back the way he was, like
Yeah.
gently.
His breathing evens back out.
A dream? What does he mean, the
They're
dream?
all in a dream?
Then it looks like, I guess they've been in a dream for a long time, for the nature to take them back. Or try to. Is the fungus what's sustaining them?
Well, at least we're not going to get pestered. Let's go have a look around. Might
I
be
think
a-
Carter's still sat on the roof. He's trying to figure out some
I'll,
way of gaining bearings.
I'll have deemed that it's safe,
Um,
and I'll come out and tell
Go ahead
everyone.
and make me a survival check, Carter.
Yeah,
Oh, you're still on the roof, aren't you?
I
Yeah.
am.
While he's doing that, I'll poke my head out
21.
and tell Fever
21.
what we've seen.
As you've taken a bit of time and you've been looking at this city and the layout, you start to see
Hey.
a pattern to the madness. And it's ingenious when you actually look at it. Like, it's designed around almost like, think the Fibonacci sequence.
Okay.
Like, it's done in like a spiral out from the center of the city. And it's been done in such a way that it makes it very difficult for invaders to go in, but very easy for defenders to go out. And there's a very, it's very cleverly done, and the streets are layered in such a way that it's almost an architectural dream. But you can see just here and there little bits that are just not quite right, that don't actually seem to add up to whatever the architect had envisioned. But from that, you can guess where roughly a central point, like a gathering point, would be.
Okay. I'll take out a scrap of paper, draw like a sort of like crude estimation of what this city would look like. And, like make notes of the buildings that stand out, essentially.
Yeah. Key features, landmarks, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hearing the others come back out, he's like, "Anyone home?"
Yeah, really weird shit.
Kind of.
Really weird shit. Let's gather around, I'll explain.
Right. Yeah. He comes down.
George, you coming down?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
there's like people sleeping in the
Walk down the side.
houses, and they're covered in fungus, and they seemed fine. I commanded one to awaken, and he started getting really sick and demanded to be let back into the dream, and then I made him go
family
back to
is
sleep because I
important.
didn't want him to die. Yeah, there's something really weird going on in the city. And I guess the dream has something to do with it, but he wouldn't tell me what it was, he just demanded to go back. Said that he would be missed, and yeah. He looked like he started to starve as soon as he awoken, but as soon as he went back to sleep, he was fine again.
Would myself or George have heard of anything of this ilk?
No.
No.
Not even a Mist Dweller would know much about this domain, with how few people ever actually leave.
Okay.
Do I have commune? I don't think I have commune.
I'm going to guess there's no animals or anything. There's
Go
nothing.
ahead and make a nature check.
Nature. Really? 6?
You can see evidence of animals, but the problem is you're in a city. So, and a lot of city animals are scavengers who rely on people and the trash that people make. And you get the sense, oh, the people are all asleep, thus no production is going on, Thus, there is no trash. Thus, there is nothing for those creatures to eat. Thus, they've gone. There's nothing here for them. You get the sense whatever magic was keeping those people alive in the dream also protects them from, like,
Being
minor
eaten.
pests and that sort of thing. You think maybe if, like, a big predator came in, it wouldn't. But, again, this is a city. No majorly big predators are going to voluntarily
Go
walk
into a city, they'd stay in the outskirts, wouldn't they? Well,
But you
they'd
can
go
see,
away to where the prey's gone, I guess.
yeah, you can see, like, evidence of what looks like maybe birds' nests and that sort of thing. But they're currently empty. Whether they're out of the city currently and will come back here to roost later, you're not sure.
Okay.
But there's no immediate signs of animal life.
Well, while we were on the roof, I think between me and George, we managed to get some idea of how the city kind of lays out. It's quite fascinating in all reality.
Yeah.
It's designed to allow people out, but make it harder for them to come in. But
now
there
it's the
are a
opposite
few.
way round.
Yeah. But there are a few odd buildings that just don't seem to align with the general architecture. Is that the right word?
I guess. Should we check
Uh,
those buildings out then if they seem odd?
Of
Maybe
the
they're the
rest
cause.
of the city, and then obviously you have the big buildingy thingy in the middle.
Let's go look at the odd buildings. They might
Check out the odd buildings, and if we can't find anything there, then maybe head to the center and see what that big building
Yeah.
is.
Well, first thing, I can detect thoughts. Could use that to see what's potentially going on inside their heads while they're asleep.
Maybe
pick
go
another
into another house.
Yeah.
I think I traumatized that man.
Hmm.
Let's go into and I'll sniff to another house that I know has people in it. This one has
Every
people
house,
in. Yeah.
every house has people in it. Pretty much every
This
house
house.
is occupied.
Yeah. Go into this one.
Okay. As you enter this one, in this case, you actually find that, unlike in the last one where people were sat at what looked like a dinner table, this one you find a soul man slumped on his side in the hallway. Like, he looks like he's got a sack next to him, and you can see what looks like a cup with dregs of something in the bottom.
I think it's Jaffa's turn. Like, he seems like he wants to play.
Sorry.
I roll for perception.
Anyway, that 1 second.
Wondering what's got him so excited.
DM cast command.
Cast command, yeah.
So you see that lone man there, and then you see in a room behind him that he sort of leant next to the door of. You can see, like, inside there is a woman and a young girl laid out on beds, and they're free of fungus. It looks like they've been cleaned off on purpose. But this man is now asleep here.
Well, do your thing, Fever.
Sure. Yeah.
Can't find anything.
Okay,
that doesn't give the description.
Who are you casting it on? The man, the woman, or the young girl?
I guess I'll start with the man.
Okay. Yep, okay. So, and are you delving deep or just looking at surface thoughts? Because I believe with detect thoughts, they only have to make a wisdom save if you're delving into their memory.
Yeah, you can get surface thoughts, I think. And then,
yes, I think I get surface thoughts for free.
Yeah. So
and
you cast that spell, and the surface thoughts immediately begin coming through. And focusing on the man, you see like an image begin playing in your mind, as if you're looking through his eyes. Actually, no, detect thoughts, you only get their thoughts. You don't get what they're seeing.
You don't get visuals, no.
But all you hear from the man is 1, 2, 3, 4. He's just counting.
Yes.
He's just counting in his
or
head.
looping?
He's just counting continuously.
Right.
Like you come in like halfway through of whatever count he's doing, but he's just continuing.
Anything?
Cool.
Do you move on to someone else?
No, I'll go deeper into his.
Okay. So
which-
rolled for him already. He did fail. As you delve deeper into his thoughts, you see one. You find one that's. I can't miscount again. If I miscount again, they're gonna send the guards. I've got to keep up with the task I've been set if I want to maintain my place in the dream.
Hmm,
I can't upset Xian Chang again. Otherwise she'll wake me and my family up and we'll begin starving.
Right.
Anything else you're particularly looking for? Because you can look for, now that you've delved deeper, you can look for specific things in his mind.
Yeah, I'll try and find anything related to Sheng Chan, did you say?
So you delve deeper for anything on Xian Chang,
Yeah.
and you see this flash of an image of a regal-looking woman wearing a robe and a gold headdress stood in front of that large palace-like building you'd seen before, flanked by 4 beautiful young women dressed in beautiful silken robes as she gives a proclamation. She appears to be the ruler of this city.
Right.
The image shifts and changes to that same front of the palace, but now Xian Chang is on her knees, wailing and crying, clutching the dead bodies of the 4 young women, whilst around her what look like soldiers and rebels fight. You then hear the gong of a bell, and then everything drops into this haze of a dream as fog and mists roll in.
Sure.
Leave us
well,
in suspense,
Yeah, I'll
Viva.
describe that to everyone.
So, sounds to me like that big building holds a clue then.
I feel like we should.
Do you think you saw what happened to this place? Or
Something like it.
take it you didn't see Zirin at all?
Fever, roll me a perception check.
Sure.
Right house.
15.
15. You think back to that image you were shown of Xian Chang and those 4 young women. One of them looked almost identical to Zirin.
Right.
Very faint differences. Like the young woman looked to be slightly older than Zirin maybe, and didn't have like the same muscle tone. Obviously not a fighter, more of a princess. But the facial features were pretty much spot on.
Tiefling said 2 halves?
Maybe what was?
Palace of Bones, a sealed room, 2 halves of a whole, one waking, one dreaming.
Let's go to the big building then. If that's where
Do we
you
want
saw...
to go there first, or do we want to just
I think we should
kind of
probably check
explore
out
on the way?
the weird buildings en route.
I think it pretty much forces us to go in that direction, from what Carter said, so...
Well, while it's still active, can I get the thoughts of the other 2?
Yeah, so you get the surface thoughts easily enough, and from the woman, you see the woman's thinking, oh, how many more shirts must I sew? The work seems to never end. But at least I don't have to eat, drink, or sleep here.
Sounds pretty
Mhm.
shit if
And
you've got to spend your
awful.
entire
Yeah.
life just sewing shirt after shirt with no rest, no
And
sleep.
the young
Fuck
girl, you see her. Her thoughts are she's like humming a working song, and just underneath like the humming, you can just get the thought of every time I pull a rock out the river, there just seems to be another one to get. It just seems endless.
It's like a hell loop to me.
Hmm.
Just
I was
doing
going
the
to say
same
that
thing
there's a
over
point
and
where
over
I'd be
again.
like, you know what? I think I'd rather
I
starve.
think
to
I'd
death.
rather starve to death than go and pick
Yeah.
up a fucking rock out of the ocean a million times. That would suck.
But that's what you get from those two surface thoughts.
I'd check one of those other buildings Carter
Yeah.
mentioned and maybe get some more surface thoughts, whatever, if you can.
Yeah. I think we should make a move and maybe look at one of
Okay.
these weird buildings on the way.
Okay. So you leave that house, and with Carter leading you, you begin heading through the maze-like structure of streets. Eventually coming to one of these slightly out-of-place buildings, you come across a odd sight. On one side of the street, there is a stack of what looks like building materials. On the other is a stack of people. Sleeping people. They look like they've been removed from the building and placed very carefully in a pyramid-like pile, as if in preparation for this building to be renovated. But there is no work crews or people doing any work present.
This place is
Cracks just looking at the building like, huh?
This place is getting creepier and creepier by the minute.
What? So is it like a half-built building then?
No, the building itself is fully complete, and you go inside and look around, and it's exactly the same as many of the others you've been in. Obviously, a few personal decorative differences, but it's just not quite in line with the rest of the street for some reason.
Kind of goal here, maybe. Are we going to find Zirin in this place? Or anything for that matter.
Yeah,
A ghost town.
literally.
No ghosts.
And as you say that, Lara, you do hear a ghostly wail in the distance.
Maybe some ghosts.
Maybe some ghosts, yeah.
You watch as the spectral form of an old woman floats through a wall near you, muttering to herself, "No offerings! Why are there no offerings? Why have my descendants abandoned me?" And then she just walks through another wall, seemingly not noticing you.
Okay, so there are ghosts. Great, this city just gets better and better. Should we try talking to one?
Offerings of what? Akira kind of calls out.
The ghost is long gone by this
I
point.
don't think she notices us. Maybe we ask the next one.
So, are you guys continuing towards the palace?
Yeah, I guess.
Are there
Yes,
any
there is.
other weird buildings on
Any
the
other
way?
weird buildings? Yeah, on the way.
There's a couple of other of those weird buildings on the way. Carter, you would also know that if you wanted to, the point that you identified as being like a central, almost like square location, is on the way as well. So you could swing by there as well if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think we'll probably guide towards there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, walking for about an hour through these maze-like streets, the sun slowly setting above you, you eventually reach what looks like a market square. and for the first time, you see people. You see people moving around. A lot of them have very giant bags under their eyes. A lot of them look very thin and malnourished, but they are moving around these stalls and looking. And you can see these stalls have vendors, and there are what looks like very meager amounts of food on offer. Like, and when I say meager, I mean like scrawny little carrots, little bits of like beef jerky, moldy bits of what look like bread, but that is all that's on offer. And you can see people like handing over massive amounts of gold or what look like precious heirlooms or things that they've maybe stolen from the houses around them in exchange for what amounts to maybe a pittance of food.
George, I think you could make a killing here. Literally.
Probably.
Should we ask them some questions? Maybe
Find out
these
what's
people
going
will
on.
know.
Yes.
Do you think this might be the fruits and fish abound?
I mean, doesn't look like it's bountiful of anything, but yeah,
Maybe
It's
look
the
for a
first
mirror.
thing that we've come across, so
yeah, let's have a look.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me investigation checks for anyone who wants to.
Oh my
I rolled
god.
8.
I rolled 3.
21. I know my fruits and fish.
Oh no,
Okay.
more fruit and veg.
I am rolling
Okay.
awful. I haven't.
I have not rolled double digits today.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I think I did one time, but yeah.
So, George, as a cook, you are very used to markets and navigating them, and you sort of take the lead here and begin moving around. And most of these stalls are they are these crappy little bits of fruit and veg or meat and fish, barely anything that you would consider touching as a cook because it is just so subpar. And there are a couple of stalls that look like they're selling like things like you can see like heirlooms and like bits of jade and necklaces and that sort of thing, but those are very rare. And you watch as one of them trades away like a very expensive looking gold armband with like beautiful filigree work for a stunted carrot. Like it's like that armband is obviously worth a small fortune, and they've traded it away for a scrap of food. However, you do notice one thing. There's one stall with absolutely stunning produce.
Okay.
You see fat fish like carp. You see one that looks like a salmon. You see beautiful plump apples, what looks like wonderfully grown pineapples and bananas. You see lovely carrots and daikon radishes, all perfect examples. And you can see people glancing at this stall, but no one is going to it.
Okay.
The other thing you notice is the one out of place person here. Most of these people are sort of an oriental look, like very black hair, dark eyes, mildly coloured skin, dressed in silks or plain sort of linens, dressed for the weather. Stood on the top of what looks like a travelling cart, counting out what looks like gold pieces and grinning to himself, is a swarthy, olive-skinned man with greased back black hair and bejeweled fingers, very heavily bejeweled, dressed in very bright colours. And he's just sort of smiling to himself as he counts those out, but he is quite obviously not a local.
Okay. I'm going to take note of that and just kind of track him whilst also looking at this stall. I'm going to go up to Carter and just be like, so there's fish there. The next bit of it was about the underground. Do you think
Yeah.
there could be some kind of, I don't know, malicious group here that maybe you could chat to with your sneaky talk?
I could definitely try.
I
What
mean, there's no guarantee,
once
but
this is mentioned, he's gonna look around just to see if there's any sort of like hidden markings of anything that he's affiliated with his
Okay.
contacts.
Go ahead, and in this case, roll me an insight check.
An insight.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
So you don't see any markings or anything like that to show any sort of presence of any groups you're knowledgeable about.
Okay.
But you do pick up there's an odd feeling around the stall with all that food that doesn't sit right with you. Like the way people are looking at it and avoiding it, something about that is it sort of like is niggling. Like there's something like, why are they doing that? You're like, that's interesting.
That would be the first place people go to regardless of how hungry they are.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, as someone who's been in the mists a while and not at the carnival, because these people normally avoid the carnival because they can't make any money, you would
Yeah.
recognize the style of dress and the wagon of this man, as you've seen them once or twice before as they went through Tempest. You've played games with them. You've actually been swindled by a few of them, which was surprising for you. That man is obviously a Vistani.
Right.
One of the few other groups you know who can 100% travel the mists without limitation.
I'm going to quietly relay this back to the group. I'm also going to mention my airs about something doesn't seem right about the food, because people of this level of hunger will try anything to get a hold of that. If they're giving away family heirlooms just for a pittance of food, why aren't they trying
we
it
have
at the big
food.
market?
Why don't we pry them with food and get some information from one of them? If they're that
Because
hungry, right?
do we want that kind of attention?
Not getting anywhere just standing here staring at them. You got any better ideas?
I mean, we can just...
And, I don't know, one furthest away from that peculiar fellow.
Okay.
What's
Like the looks of
set
him.
up a stand and...
I didn't realise I was on mute.
I was thinking not the stand, the people selling the stuff, the people that need the food. So like one of the worker dudes that went and got some food. Well, a shrimped carrot, maybe.
Are we stood right next to that cart, or is it just a bit of a
No,
distance?
you guys are sort of like, you've been moving through the market and you've like clocked these various places, but you can see them through, like, not all the stalls in this market are open. A lot of them are closed off, and like you could easily like hide in this market if you wanted to. And like, let's put it this way, if there's sort of 100 stalls in this market, about 10 are actually open and actually doing business. So you've had to sort of like move your way in and around the stalls to find things, and you've gone past them and you've clocked where things are, but you're currently stood down one of like the empty aisles having a quick discussion.
Maybe use one of the empty stalls. We pretend to sell food and get information.
Given the way the rolls are going tonight, this might end terribly, but I'm going to try and sort of like move quietly towards earshot of the Vistani cart to see if I can overhear anything.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth.
Guidance? Wait, let me just
Yeah,
double
you
check
can
that I
give
have
him
guidance first. Wait, I don't think I have it prepared. Hang on. Oh, get out the way. I know what my armor class is. Piss off. Go away. Right, okay. Spell... Yes, I do have guidance. Yes, so guidance.
So roll your stealth and
tap
add
him
a
on the
d4.
shoulder.
Okay.
Hey, you didn't need it, but...
I'm going to take it anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Hey.
28. Lovely day.
28.
So, Carter sort of like moves around a stall, and then you all just lose track of him. And Carter, you just seamlessly sort of like silence your movements, move carefully and slowly. And this Vistani doesn't appear to be paying any attention whatsoever. As you get close enough, you're sort of pressed up against the side of his wagon. You can easily hear him muttering under his breath. Ah, that's a good take today. I better get the cart out of the city soon, though, and as nightfall will be coming, and I don't want to be here when that happens. And then I will have to petition for the borders to be opened. I don't want to force my way through if I have to, but needs must if she is unamenable.
Am I able to potentially, like from where I am, is there anything that I could potentially palm that would go unnoticed?
So from where you are at the moment, against the side of the wagon, no.
Rolls really well on stealth and then gets
But
sticky fingers.
If you wanted to look inside the wagon, you are near a window.
Okay, yeah. As quietly as I can, I'm going to try and peek through the window just to see what I can see what's going on.
Okay, you peek through the window, and inside you see a large number of empty barrels and crates and sacks that are piled up in one corner. And then on a table there is a small, to you, king's bounty. You see piles of gold, silver, platinum. You see what looks like a pure jade headdress. You see brooches. You see jewelry. You see statuettes and statues. You see like silver dinnerware sets. It is quite a good haul.
See, my interest isn't in stealing the gold. It's to investigate why people are avoiding this food. Though I am curious as to how he's getting this money.
Well, from what you can see, it looks like this Vistani, like the crates and barrels and sacks are pretty self-evident to you. He had food. He's obviously brought a large amount of food with him, and he's been selling it. And as you know, as a Vistana, he's probably travelled through the mist to here with food from somewhere else, which will have been of good amount, good quality, and that means he can charge what he wants for it. But it looks like he's run dry now, and is probably going to be looking to leave soon, as from what you overheard.
Okay, and there's no one else inside the car. Just
no. It looks like the car is just for him. He does not appear to have a family or any partners with him.
okay. And he's sat on the roof of the car.
He is sat on what would be the driving lintel with the horse in front of him.
Okay. And can I get into the window?
The window itself is probably too small. It's like a porthole window.
Okay.
But there is a door at the back if you wanted to try that.
First things first, check the traps.
Okay, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
This is where he gets carted off, and we're left in the mist with no way out because he's our only way out. Or he gets murdered.
12.
Oh, Carter in the car.
12. Glancing over the door, you do not see any evident signs of a trap.
He's in trouble if anything bad happens, though, because we don't know where he's gone.
Okay, I'm just looking over what I've got.
Whilst you're pondering, I've got a DM question.
Yes.
Would food be classified as a D&D item?
How do you mean?
So if, for example, there was the ability to create an item and it had a specific value and size, could I then say that item is this food?
Wouldn't see why not. Why?
Okay.
Not sure I follow.
I'd
Good to
need to
know.
know what the end goal was to make a
Are
ruling
you going to
on it,
make a
but-
replica out of a cake replica or something? Like,
Well, I've got performance of creation, which allows me to create an
Right,
item.
so
of
oh,
the
so you
value
want to
of
know if you
60
can
gold
create
pieces.
food?
Yeah.
No, I believe with performance of creation, if you did create food, you could, but it would be bland and tasteless.
Well, it just
would
says
still-
But would it
food.
sustain you though? But it would just taste shit, like the beads of nourishment kind of deal.
Possibly.
yeah, it just says
Hmm.
as an action you can create a non-magical item of your choice in an unoccupied space within 10 foot of you. The
Yeah.
maximum value is 60 gold pieces. It lasts 4 hours, and the maximum size is large.
Yeah,
I don't know
would
whether
say
I
that
would allow.
I would say that you
but,
could,
yeah.
but under general magic rules, magical food doesn't have a taste. It's not good unless it is specified by the spell. It makes something like Hero's Feast when it makes
Yeah.
a feast.
Yeah,
That
but if it
is
only
different
lasts for so
because-
many hours, wouldn't that mean that you could eat it and it would nourish you, but then in 4 hours it would disappear as if you'd never eaten it?
Yeah. That's the other caveat, is that it
Yeah.
not actually beneficial unless it's a spell like Create Food and Water, where it magically imparts that.
I suppose it could maintain you
Nourishment.
at a push for a few hours, so that you could
Well-
go a bit longer without food, I guess.
Well, my thought was if we wanted to cause a little bit of chaos and see what's going on here without us directly handing out food ourselves, we could have a bunch of magical food just appear in the market and see what happens.
Oh, what, like set up, like I said, set up a stall and then you make all of this food and then see if we
But
can
not
get anyone
setting up
to.
a stall, just have a giant bag of oats turn up, a lot like in large size, drop from the sky into the middle of the thing, and see what happens. See if there's any,
Wouldn't
royalty
that just
that
cause
comes
chaos?
down. Yeah.
We'll
Hmm.
see.
Yeah. 'Cause
Meanwhile,
it's a
Cart's getting in
Vistani,
trouble.
It's the risk is too great for the reward at the moment. And something about the fact that he's trying to get out before nightfall has Carter on edge.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna make his way back to the others and pass on what information he can.
Okay.
So he's made a lot of money selling food, but nobody's
Yeah.
going near his cart. So who's he selling it
No, no.
to?
No, the cart, the Vistana, isn't the guy with the food stall. The guy with the food stall and the Vistana are separate.
Oh, right. Sorry, I always thought you were saying
Yeah.
that the guy with the food that everyone's avoiding
Thought
was
that
the
as well,
Vistani
yeah.
dude. Right,
No,
yeah.
no,
That's
the
what we were
Vistan-
just like, how is he making this
the-
money if everyone's
The
avoiding him?
Vistana is on his cart counting money separately from the guy
Right.
with the stall. The Vistana's
Okay.
finished selling his food and is now planning to leave. The guy with the
Right.
stall has food, but no one's buying it.
Right.
What does the
okay.
guy who's selling the
The food. Yeah, what's he
food
doing?
actually look like?
So the guy who's selling the food looks like a local, and he looks nervous.
Oh, so before I go back to
Yeah, we all
The
thought the
others.
same thing.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think.
Sorry.
Did you think the same as well,
Yeah.
Aaron?
yeah,
Right. Okay. Cool.
Why
Right,
you
so
yeah, I'm
we
gonna
can
go
retcon
head over
that. We
to-
don't know. We don't know what's happening.
well,
Cart's still doing
the
his thing.
Vistani's definitely one of interest because
Yeah.
he was like, he is like public person number one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna go over and just start inspecting the food, looking like a typical
Like a
customer.
customer. Yeah.
even
As
with
you
my
walk
hood up.
over, the guy like perks up and like is like giving you a very like desperate look. Like you can tell he wants to make a sale. Ah, welcome, welcome. Please look, wonderful, wonderful food. Please come.
Oh, this all looks so good compared to your competition.
So obviously he can tell you're not a local. He goes,
Yeah.
"Oh yes, only the best. I only find and sell the best."
I mean, it looks very good, though. What are your prices?
What are you interested in, and what are you offering?
Meats, fish, primarily.
Well, for the carp or for the salmon, probably 10 gold pieces.
Okay, so the price, I mean, considering it's here, isn't terrible.
Tell you what, you seem like a nice man. Eight gold pieces.
8 gold pieces.
Oh, what's that doing?
I tell you what, I will give you 5 for that piece of steak there, and if you chuck in some good veggie.
There's no steak. There's no
steak,
like.
or
There's no. He doesn't have any meat. He's got fish, veggies, and fruit.
okay. I'll give you 5 for that piece of fish there. If you chuck in these bits of veg here.
Very well. Very well. Please.
Very well. I hand over
He's
the
desperate.
5.
He takes it and he gets you like the whole. It's not a piece of fish. It's a whole salmon,
Nice.
and it's a big salmon. And he hands that over along with a daikon radish and a couple of leeks.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you. With your prices being so good, why aren't you getting much trade?
No, people are superstitious. They
I
are.
understand that. What's the superstition? Go on, tell me.
You can see he really doesn't want to answer this question. He is
I'm
trying to
gonna
find
kind of
some
sort
way
of
out.
like
Threatening.
just sort of like use what banter I've got to kind of sort of like get him to sort of like spill the beans, as were.
Loosen up,
Go
bro.
Go ahead and
We're
roll
all
a
friends
persuasion
here.
check.
Persuasion.
Yeah.
I need to see whether this rolls right. So 7 plus 10 is. I need to make sure whether my feature adds it. Because otherworldly glamour gives me a +3 to charisma checks.
It's
Just roll over it.
doing 1d20 plus 10 equals 7 plus 10.
Well, I have a
Yeah.
+10 naturally, I
Mm.
think.
So
So
add
you
a,
don't think
add a
it's
3
added
to
anything
Add
that.
a
else?
3, so
So
that'd
20.
be
Yeah.
20.
He sort
Yeah.
of he glances around and goes, "Don't." Yeah. I got it from the Gemstone Gardens. None of
Gemstone Gardens.
the others are going to take it because they fear those who dwell there.
Okay. So the better food is found in the Gemstone Gardens, but there are others that dwell there. Sort of others.
Look, you're not from around here, I can tell.
I'm not, but I mean, any information that I can get is surely paramount to A, my survival, and B, potential future business with you.
Let's just say that the Gemstone Garden is where the ancestors dwell,
I see, I see.
and they don't particularly take kindly to being stolen from.
Ah. Well, I'll keep this between me and you. He kind of taps his nose. Thank you very much.
Make sure you eat that before nightfall.
Of course.
Otherwise, they can find it.
No problem. Yeah, I'm gonna. I nod to the guy and then make my way back to the others. I essentially hand everything over to George. I'm like, check that out for us.
Take a break.
Yeah, Okarak gives it kind of like a
Yep.
sniff over.
Is there
So-
anything odd with the fish?
No, the fish is perfect. It is one of the best examples of salmon you've ever seen, especially in the mists. Like, this is top notch, properly fatty, well reared, beautiful. The vegetables are almost ideal examples of each of those vegetables.
Cool. I'm going to try and package it away very carefully, blissful in the knowledge.
We need to eat that before nightfall, apparently.
I was about to say blissful in the knowledge that you may have just handed me
Yeah.
a giant bomb, basically.
Or we send it back to where it came from, and then it's not missing.
Yeah.
'Cause I think that's where we need to go.
We can
It's
do
come
that
from
after
the
the
Gem
break.
Gardens.
So I am going to say we are going to take a quick break there, so you guys can have a little bit of a plan, and people can go and use toilets, etc., get drinks, and I probably should go and let my doggies out.
Yes.
So, be back in a moment, everyone. Enjoy your own quick break, although for you it probably won't seem like there's a break because, you know,
Editing.
the art of
streaming.
editing.
Yes.
We get the break. You don't. You sit and watch us.
And we're back. Now, let's see what happens with these guys in this very lovely city.
It's
Oh,
full of
it's gorgeous.
sunshine and rainbows, and nothing bad happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to confirm, just because I didn't sort of like think about it at the time, would Carter have gotten a rough location of where the garden is?
You would have seen what looked like a open green space. You didn't link that to being a graveyard in your head, but you saw what looked like an open green space somewhere within the city.
Okay. Yeah, so I would basically explain what the Vistani said, what the salesman said, and then on the crude map sort of like point out roughly where we reckon it could be.
So, do we want to try and attack this now, or do we want to wait until after all of the creepy things come out at night?
Well, the thing is, we've got
Yeah.
this fish to get rid of first.
And the veggies.
Why don't we just eat it?
I don't know why I'm suspicious of it, but
Can I sniff it?
there's nothing suspicious about the food. I'm suspicious what happens. I mean, if they're so desperate to come back for it, what if it's in my belly? Are they gonna come rip it out of my belly?
Oh. Yeah,
They'll probably
that's
take
fine.
your plushie as a
Not the
Tribute.
plushie.
Oh, the plushies. You only have one.
You only
You
have
didn't
one
sneak
plushie.
any more plushies, did you, Okarak?
No.
Okarak.
Okay, I have 2 heads. Should be one in each bust.
Just like lumpy with like a leg sticking
Yeah.
out.
Oh my god.
So what's the plan? We're going to try and give this fish back to the garden.
We're not going to the big main building? Where
It's-
we saw Zirin
At
and the
this
first
point,
thoughts?
you hear a gasp, and all of the people who had been in the marketplace begin to scatter.
Should we hide?
What time are we on?
The sun is still up, but it's getting close to being twilight and sundown. You think maybe you've got an hour and a half left?
Maybe we hide, leave the food out and we hide and see who comes gets it.
Might be
That's
an idea.
true. Yeah, leave it somewhere.
Then we'll know what we're messing with, right?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's leave the food in the middle of the. Now that they've scattered. Pardon me.
And
then we'll go
we're just
hide.
gonna double check what they've scattered for. Just
Go
in case
ahead
they
and
Forget, we'll find
roll
out,
a
but yeah.
perception check.
Guidance.
Yeah,
I
I'm
gu- I
gonna
guide
roll
her.
one as well.
Add a d4.
Oh my god.
Add a d4. You need it.
Yeah, add the d4.
Oh,
Hey, at least you
So-
got 4.
Then.
So that's a bit better.
Glancing, Carter, you go to glance out, but you immediately get blocked by the plushie on the top of Okarak's head as she peeks out underneath your head. Okarak, you spot a figure walking out from a street into this market stall center, and it looks from this distance, it looks like a young woman.
Hmm.
But white. That's the main thing you see. The whole figure is white. The hair, white. The skin, white. Everything just looks white. You can't get a proper
Clothes?
look at it from this distance. There's clothes, yeah. But everything, like all like the actual figure is white.
Ooh, she looks mystical. Everyone's scared of her though.
I kind of lift the plushie that's on top of Okarak's head
Are you
to
looking
look.
in between my head and the plushie?
And
We got
you
3
watch-
heads now.
You watch as this figure just starts walking around the stalls, just sort of poking and prodding things, picking things up and looking at them, putting them back down, just moving around and just being supposedly inquisitive.
I'll wait till she gets round to the food stall.
Okay. As she gets to that stall, she sort of looks it over and then sort of picks up a fish, and you watch as she picks up the fish and she just like starts going like that with it, like almost like a puppet. And you hear this very faint giggle on the wind before it puts it down and keeps walking.
Friend
I
of
feel
yours?
like I'll get along with her. With that, Okarak looks up and is just like, "Give me back."
I think we should hide the food. Get out of here.
Alright, find somewhere to hide
Maybe she's
food.
the scary thing that's after the food. Maybe it's all puppets and then she's puppeting you.
As this figure starts walking closer to where you all are, you start to hear, as they walk, there's just this click, click, clicking sound as they move.
What,
And it's almost like
heels on.
it's a clicker!
stone.
It's a clicker,
It's-
run!
it's almost like for you, Carter, it sounds like dice, like bone dice clicking across the cobbles. Like multiple
proficient
bone
in
dice.
as well.
I don't have any sound effects.
Can I kind of like get, as best I can, a look at her feet?
Okay, go ahead and roll me perception. She's closer now, so
No checks?
23.
23. You glance out, and as she passes past a set of open stalls, you glance through and you see this humanoid figure, but it's made entirely out of teeth. Every bit of it is different teeth, like the ends of the fingernails are canines. You see multiple molars joined together, making up the arms. You can see the eyes are these slightly, like, you can see the eyes themselves are just hollowed out, and there's just teeth rustling and moving and
very
clacking
good.
against each other as this creature moves through. But the actual figure is like the shape of a woman. Like, obviously the teeth are grotesque to look at, and you can see like there's occasionally they'll shift and you'll see bits of nerve endings or black spots of cavities, but it's just walking through the market as if it's just here to browse, the same as anyone else.
Yes, where you guys are from, have you heard of anything called a tooth fairy?
Tooth fairy? I thought that was just a fairy tale.
So did I. She's made entirely out of teeth.
That's the mess. We should hide. I don't want her to see us.
She gives us money, right?
Don't think that's how it works.
My brother
teeth.
punched someone and collected their teeth, and one day he ended up with the gold from Tooth Fairy.
I'm not pulling any teeth.
Me neither.
Ah,
Give her a wide
It's hard
berth.
enough. Yeah, it is. Right, let's get out of here.
Let's stealthily get that out of here.
Okay.
Let's go. Where are we
Everyone
going?
go ahead
Uh,
and
Where are we
yeah.
going? Like towards the big building? We said.
we
Go wide back,
should
or
we?
are we going to the
We
garden?
don't really have a lot of time, so we really ought to just ditch this fish like we planned and
Let's
see
ditch
what
the
happens.
food and
Find somewhere to
head
hide.
to
Yeah.
the big
Yeah.
building in the middle, yeah. But still.
I think we were heading towards the garden, weren't we?
Yeah, we're heading towards a garden.
The gem garden.
Well, wherever
Where
we're
we-
going, we're doing it quietly. So let's
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me
let's
stealth
avoid the
checks.
scary tooth lady. Oh come on, man!
What is with my rolls today?
I can't. I should have said guidance to myself. Not that that would have made any difference.
Okay, that is majority fails, so
Ah.
that is a failed group stealth check. As you go to start moving, Lara, you accidentally kick a discarded pot by the side of the stall you stood next to. It clangs and clatters and echoes in the market. And you hear a voice call out. The voice itself is quite feminine and lilting, but there is that rattling and crunching of bone-like sounds underneath it. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?
Really
Are
wants
you
to
my mummy?
rhyme.
God, don't. Are you my mummy?
Okarak's just like, kind of want to say hello.
Laura's just like,
The plushie comes out first. Hello.
Oh! And you hear the clicking as it comes closer, and this creature
Okarak will
stops.
kind of step away from the rest of the group,
Yeah.
so she's not near them. So it's just her on her own.
Laura's just
But
like,
she-
everyone
she
stay
comes
back,
out
and
first.
I'm watching.
Yeah.
If she needs backup, we'll run in. But
Oh, wow, your skin's green.
Because I am a goblin. I'm waiting for her to point out that I'm clearly not.
I've never met a goblin. It's nice to meet you. My name is Cien Sume.
my
Nice to
name
meet
is
you.
Hey. Tiensume. I am Okarak.
Oh, nice to meet you, Okarak.
And this
I
is
hope
my
you're.
plushie.
Oh, it's sweet. I hope you're enjoying your stay in my mother's city.
Oh, this is your mum's city.
Yes, my mother, Cien Chang, the Empress.
Wow. You must like it here.
It's okay. I wish Mother would come and talk to me though, but she doesn't particularly like me and my sisters currently.
Why not?
We don't look like we're meant to, according to Mother.
Oh, I get that all the time. I don't
She
look like other goblins.
she said we died, and then she tried to bring us back, but we didn't come back quite right.
I haven't missed anyone.
Oh, that's silly. I think you look just fine.
Oh, thank you. And she reaches out and like pats your shoulder, and it is like being nibbled on by like hundreds of rats. Just like the feeling of all these teeth, just like,
oh, that tickles.
oh, sorry.
Like that thing
Although she's
in the hallway with the on the ceiling. Ugh.
then again, Mother's suddenly taken a liking to Cien Leanne, which is a bit upsetting for the others of us. She-
Your sister?
Yes, Leanne. She's even let her into the Palace of Bones.
Ooh, that
She
sounds
doesn't
scary.
normally let any of us there, other than Man Yi, but that's because her tree's in the Palace of Bones. So,
I like trees.
oh, you'd like Man Yi then. She lives in a tree.
Ah, what is she?
Well, she's my sister, but she's made of
Really?
wood and she can go in and out of her tree.
I like doing that too. I like the sound of her.
Maybe you should go and see her then. She's near Pingong Tower, and she points to that very tall tower with the bit of gold at the top.
Any of her
Ooh.
sisters not creepy?
And Akarak's just like being really friendly. It's like, will you show me round?
Yes, where would you like to go?
I don't know. I do not know the city too well.
Oh, I mainly just hang around here, going around the Guahuit, which is where we are now, the market stalls.
Ah,
Leanne used to keep going through the mansions, picking up bits and pieces and looking at all the sleeping people. Man Yi, as I said, is at her tree near Ping'an Tower. And my sister Wai Ching hangs around in the Gemstone Gardens.
Ah, where is Gemstone Gardens?
Oh, I can show you if you want.
Sure.
Zara's like looking out, going, "What are you
Okay.
doing?"
Follow me. Although we better hurry before the ancestors wake up. You don't want to be near
Oh.
there when the ancestors wake up.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. That's fine.
I mean, the ancestors don't bother me, but I've seen
Yeah.
them attack awake people before, and I
Maybe.
don't want them to attack you. You seem
Maybe.
nice.
Yeah. Thank you. So do you.
Thank you.
Maybe we meet again another time.
Maybe. By the way, do you think they'd mind if I took that fish? And she points to that stall with all the really nice food on. I don't have any money to pay for it, though. But I've always wanted to eat fish from the Gemstone Garden.
We have some, actually. Wait there.
Oh, okay.
We're getting rid of it.
Yeah, well, we need to get rid of it.
Yeah. So she'll quickly run back and she's like, "Give me fish. Give me fish. Give me fish."
Be like,
And
George,
runs
do the
back.
thing, give her the fish.
So and then runs back. And
While this is going, while all this interaction is going on, can Carter have been up on a roof listening in? Can I have done an insight check just to make sure that this person is as genuine as I can make out?
So roll a separate stealth check for getting up on the roof without
Yeah.
being noticed.
Finally.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, easily enough. And then roll an insight check.
No. Too weirded out
Fine.
by teeth.
Yeah.
From what you can
Understandable.
tell, despite her creepy appearance, she does just seem like a very innocent, forthright figure. She just seems like this daughter who's been effectively left out to dry.
Like, given the fact that, like, from a distance she looks like a grown person, she sounds very much childlike.
Yeah, she does.
You would say she sounds like late teenage years. Very
Late
innocent,
teenage.
very sheltered, which you
Okay.
would guess princesses probably would have been if they were kept
Secret.
in the palace.
I would
Yeah.
imagine childlike trauma of, like, reverting could be a thing.
Yeah, definitely.
so yeah, Okarak runs back out with all the fish and the stuff. She's like, "Here
Oh,
you go."
thank you. Oh, this looks lovely. And she
no.
brings the fish to her mouth, and you just watch as the mouth morphs and just becomes this rotating blender of teeth. And she
Oh,
just
he's
feeds the salmon
so
in.
special. Mm.
It's like, whoa.
Okay.
Wish I
And
could
she
eat
just-
that quickly.
She just feeds it in and then smiles.
Like a freaking. What's
And
that
then
thing
she
that you
goes-
put the trees in that it blends it up? It's like one of those.
Yes.
I'd hate to be her hygienist.
Yeah.
Oh.
But she then smiles and pats her stomach and goes, "That was delicious. I'm feeling sleepy now. I think I'll go find somewhere to rest.
Good idea. Maybe I see you another time.
Maybe. Nice to see you, though. I'll if I see any Jiangxi chasing you, I'll try and distract them for you,
Thank you.
because you're kind."
With that,
And
she
she-
kind of like,
And you watch as this figure walks off to a nearby stall and then just sits down and just seems to drift off into sleep.
just with that, Okarak runs back and says, "She's nice."
Yeah, real nice looking lady. So,
Apparently, one of the Empress's daughters.
what else did she say?
So one of
She's
the
not-
other daughters is in the Gemstone Gardens. Apparently, the Empress tried to bring them back. Didn't quite work as well as she'd hoped. So looks like they came back as abominations-ish.
Oh,
But apparently, one is a favorite at the moment, and I think it might be the person we're looking for.
you think? Where's that one?
No idea. There's one in a
She-
tree near the palace. There's one in the gemstone gardens. There's this one, which means the fourth one is probably with the Empress.
Right.
Yeah,
Probably
she
in
said
the
that.
sealed room in a
She
palace
said
of
that.
bones.
She said that
Mhm.
Cien Leyan has been allowed recently to go into the Palace of Bones,
Yeah.
Wasn't
which
the
they're
Palace of
normally not allowed
Bones-
to go to.
Wasn't the Palace Bones mentioned in the letter? Or the prophecy from the Tiefling?
The
King?
prophecy. Palace
Yeah.
of Bones, sealed room.
Yeah.
So
That's why I was like, I think she's in there. I think she's the fourth one.
so we should go there then.
So if we're going direct to the palace, then yes. Although, do we want to find the mirror, which is potentially in the gemstone garden?
I feel like
It
we should
may
at
help us
least.
find our way.
I mean,
I feel like we need to go anywhere that gives us some kind of cover before the
whatever-
ancestors come out
whatever the
and
ancestors are, I don't want to find out.
eat our
Okay.
stomachs or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah,
We
Carter's
find a...
still kind of like peeking over the edge of the roof at this point.
So
Like,
we
just
need to find a
peeking down
building
for
that we
everyone.
can seal off, yes?
Carter, it's at this point you glance up, and the sun has just begun to dip below the horizon.
Ah, shit.
Yeah,
Quick-
very soon.
Okay. Any building. Find a
Any
building.
yeah.
Okay. You guys begin to move out of the Guahuit and begin looking for a suitable building, and as you do, probably about 10 minutes later, the sonorous sound of a bell being tolled rings across the city, and a wave of magic comes with it. Very powerful magic. Just this toll of this bell reverberating around the whole of the empty city. And then
Yeah.
in the distance you hear the grinding of stone. From the tower you hear the wailing of winds and the rushing of air. And as you quickly glance up, that tower where that bell had sounded from, you now see hundreds, thousands of spirits flowing out and down into the city. Some of them crying, some of them looking anxious or worried, some of them screeching with rage and anguish.
This building here, let's go. And he
Okay,
kind of
let's
just goes into the nearest building that he
Yeah.
Yeah,
can.
we all run in, seal
Barricade the
everything
doors.
off,
We'll shove stuff against the doors and stuff.
and Okarakos like sit in a corner and pretend to be asleep.
Okay. As you
Starts putting stuff
start
against the windows.
barricading the doors, go ahead and roll me strength checks.
Strength checks. Okay, strengths.
I was going to say I'm probably not because I've just said I've just ran into a corner and I'm pretending
Oh,
to be
Yeah.
for
asleep.
Christ's sake. I'm so weak right now. It's 'cause
You
I've not eaten for
begin-
so long.
You begin trying to barricade the door, and you're moving stuff and getting stuff into place, but you're not doing it in any semblance of order, and it's not really making anything that looks functional. So
Can
at this
I
point,
create a giant stone wall with my create?
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
it's at this point from outside you hear lots of footsteps, but not footsteps in the classic sense. You can there's things moving out there, but you hear like thump, thump, thump.
Big.
No, either footfalls or almost like something's hopping.
Like it's got one leg.
You're not sure. Do you want to try and take a look?
No, I'm probably sat as far away from a window as possible with my bow drawn.
Lara's got her axe out.
Like
and she's looking
wondering
really anxious.
what the hell a bow and arrow is going to do at this point.
How big is a large object? Would the brick wall have covered most of the
Large
entrance?
object would be a 10 foot by 10 foot.
Would that have covered most of the door and windows?
That will cover most of the door and maybe
Okay.
one window.
Okie doke.
But as you create that, it does intersect with another wall, and such. There is a massive crunching of wood and paper as it crushes that wall, and you hear the hopping outside stop. And then getting closer. And you watch as the sliding door that you attempted to barricade slowly begins to slide open.
Definitely
You
pretending.
said it was a sliding door.
All the doors are
Yeah,
sliding
all the
doors.
It's
doors.
It's Japanese doors.
It's an
Ah.
Oriental style city, and you watch as pushing it open is a very stiff grey arm, and you look as stood outside, its legs straight underneath it, its arms outstretched in rigor mortis, and its jaw open wide, bearing fanged maw and black eyes, its hair waving around its head, is a creature dressed in the same sort of clothes you've seen the locals wearing, with a talisman pressed across its forehead and dangling down. And as it sees you, it goes, and it starts to try and hop forward. Fortunately, the barricade stops it momentarily, but then it reaches.
Akarat's still
for
fighting.
fighting. Lara's got an excited look on her face now because she's like, battle.
You watch as it reaches down, grabs the barricade, and just throws it. Every single bit just shattering against the walls as it throws it in one go.
Are you willing to talk?
Don't think you can talk.
You are
Okay,
awake.
Okay, I can't.
You are prey.
I'm nobody's prey.
What
As
if
it
we went to
begins-
sleep?
As it begins hopping forwards.
Can I throw a hand axe at its head?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack.
Hand axe. I have one of those. Nope.
I'm gonna loose my
9,
arrow
yeah.
as well.
Nope.
Yep.
And I'm gonna have to get that axe back at some point. Just take
18.
18 hits.
Great axe in 2 hands.
Okay.
Then.
So I've got the sneak attack. Obviously won't be so
Nope.
6. But I also have my feature.
just-
Dreadful strikes. I can deal an extra 1d4 psychic damage.
Okay. So go ahead.
Which is another 2. So 8 damage.
Okay. So 8 damage in total, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You watch as the arrow lands squarely in its chest, glances down, glances back up and looks at you all, and just hisses and continues its approach.
Did you say this? Am I being stupid? It's only got one leg, that's why it's hopping.
No, it's got 2 legs, but they are rigor mortis. It can't
Okay.
bend its
Oh,
legs.
so it's like.
It can't bend its arms or
kinda
legs.
waddling.
It's just
Yeah.
approaching you. So I'm going to bring up a map because we are going to go into a combat here.
Yeah.
This isn't a building because I didn't actually expect you guys to go into a building like this, but this'll do because it's close enough.
When you make the DM think on his feet. Let me go to our battle map.
So
Go.
this guy would be coming into the building. So please place yourselves where you want, like within that building.
Okay.
But
so
it's
Carter's
obviously-
up at the back.
And the dice roll if you're bloody moving.
Oops.
Close.
I'm gonna guess it's a roll for initiative.
It is roll for
Yes,
initiative
let's get
time.
Some creepy battle music with rules.
Yeah, that's when I get a nat.
I'll be about there. I rolled a nat 1 on initiative. Wow. Wow.
Where are the walls of this building?
So this whole row here is one building. So
Oh,
we're
is
gonna
it?
say yeah. So because the mansions themselves are like interconnecting apartments. There's like sliding doors between each one, and the walls are also paper. It's a typical Oriental style design, so it's easy enough to like rip through the walls if you want to.
Right, sure. I thought they were more like small apartments or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
I was
no, they're
expecting it to be this like 3x5.
yeah. It depends on which ones you go into. Some of them are like that, but the ones you're currently in is like a large, like open plan mansion style of thing with lots of like sliding doors and paper walls, just for ease of you guys being able to move around in there if you want to. Because again, I wasn't planning for combat in the buildings, but
Well, just imagination inside that room.
anyway, this guy was actually inside the house, so he's about there. So, Carter, you're up
What's
first.
that thing outside?
Oh, he is not meant to be there.
I say, what the fuck is that? Creepy
Oh no,
thing.
he's not there. I've put him onto the... Where are you looking?
He baked
here.
into the map.
I'm sure I moved him.
No, he's still there. With his creepy no face, or whatever he is.
Why am I not able to select him?
Is he not
Oh,
in
it's
the
because I've
he's-
moved him
he's
to the
not in
wrong
token
layer.
He's not in the token
I've moved
layer.
him.
Yeah.
He's not meant to be there. He was meant to go to the GM layer. There we go.
There we go. Surprise for later. But, yeah.
Yeah.
We still don't know what it is, so it's still a surprise.
It's a man in
Okay.
a hat.
Hunter's mark.
Okay, so your hunter's mark.
Yeah. And then longbow.
I get to go last. Oh, it's only for one round, I guess.
23.
23 hits.
Boom. So another 6 damage plus 3 damage for the hunter's mark,
So 9.
and then 3 damage for the sidekick.
Okay.
Dreadful strike.
Okay. Alright. So you watch as that arrow hits and the magical damage goes off, and it again doesn't particularly seem to care about the hit. It's still coming onwards. George.
Yeah, so I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Yep.
And all you hear is George basically start whispering, "Never going to give you up, never going to let you down, never going to run around and desert you."
Okay, what's the save?
It's Rick rolling it!
Yep, got to rickroll it. It is a Wisdom save 13.
Oh, but you're a barbarian, aren't you? Not a barbarian. I forget.
It got a 20, so it succeeds. So it takes
Half
half damage and
Half
doesn't have
damage.
to run away.
Yeah, so
So-
about 5.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've got anything else I can do as a bonus action. I'm just quickly checking. You know what? Sod it. As a bonus action, I'd like to rage.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, or is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay.
Any movement, moving towards,
As he
away
hits
from.
the chorus, enters into the rage.
Yeah. I'm going to stick roughly where I am because I want to see where this guy's going to move first.
Okay.
There's no point running in one direction if it tends to be the direction he's going to go in.
True.
All right.
Well, we don't
Fever.
know how fast it is, and also I was planning to use that. Oh well, I miss anyway.
You fire out the ray, and its jerky movements throw your aim off. You're so used to enemies moving smoothly that it's confusing.
Mm.
Anything else, or is that your turn, Fever? Are you gonna move?
Yeah, we'll move back.
Okay. Alright. Okarak, your turn.
Kurak was literally pretending to be asleep.
Do you want to continue to pretend to be asleep?
Seeing that her friends are actually being attacked, probably not anymore.
Okay.
Just getting to grips what I can actually do because I've forgotten. What do I even have? Okay. I think I'll just Thorn Whip.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've got to move towards it because I think I'm a bit too far away.
Yeah, I think Thorn Whip's 20 feet range.
I think it's 30 actually.
Oh, you're probably within range then. I'll bring up
Yeah,
the spell and double check.
30 foot.
Yep. You have to make a spell attack, I believe.
Make a melee spell attack against
Yep.
the target. If the attack hits, I don't know if that was the right button to click, but
21 hits for
There you go.
3 piercing damage.
cool.
Okay.
I'd say that's my turn because I don't know.
You can pull a creature.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You can pull it up to 10 feet closer to you if you want to.
No, I think I'll leave him there. Actually, I'd want him.
Okay. Alright. His turn. So he's gonna hop 10 feet to there. Actually, he's gonna hop to there. He is then going to make 3 slam attacks. 2 against Carter, 1 against George. That is a 13 against Carter.
That's a miss.
And, oh bloody hell, a 11 against Carter.
That's definitely a miss. Can't touch
And
it.
then
No.
against George, nat 20.
Reaction,
Oh,
Sentinel,
God.
Death's Door. That's not a nat 20.
But it's still a hit.
It's
Okay.
still a hit.
So,
We will not lose Ben in a one shot.
I am going to keep you alive if I have to base on it.
is 17 bludgeoning damage, but as you are raging, that is halved down to 8.
Cool.
It is then going to use Consume Energy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the one who's done the most damage to it so far is Carter. Carter, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please. As this Jiangshi opens its mouth and just begins.
18.
That is a success. Let me just check. Half as much damage as on a successful one. So you watch, you sort of feel this pull from inside you, and you fight against it, and you all watch as some of Carter's life force, by the look of it, this green glow surges out of his chest, leaking through the air and into this creature's mouth as it absorbs it. So it does half damage. So that would have been 22 necrotic, but it's only 11. And you watch as some of the wounds on this creature close up and seal themselves.
We haven't done anything to it yet?
And it also...
We need to make
Yep.
a con save as well versus the damage.
you also watch as its limbs suddenly seem to become less locked in place, and it begins hovering in midair. Ah, your life is tasty, I will sate myself with it.
Okay, the con save was just to keep concentration on Hunter's Mark
Yep.
as well. Yeah.
Okay. Lara, your turn.
I'm going to cast a Guiding Bolt on it.
Okay.
So hopefully that should give someone some advantage if I hit. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
That is 18 radiant damage.
Okay. You watch as the guiding bolt slams into this creature, doing about the amount of damage you'd expect.
And before I do
And
this,
it
did we
glows.
decide whether I can spellcast in werewolf form or not? Because of
You
my
cannot
control.
spellcast in werewolf
Cool.
form because
Just
you
checking.
cannot speak in werewolf form, thus you cannot verbalize.
Even though I've roleplayed that before, but yes, okay.
Well, you can speak in werewolf form, but you can't. The muzzle is not.
I'm not articulated enough to speak spell incantations,
Yes,
but I can just
exactly.
about form words. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Do I have any other bonus actions before? Oh, bonus action! Bring out my Iron Maiden spiritual weapon.
Yep. Okay. I don't know whether I've got an Iron Maiden.
Oh, the only I could have sent you. I'll have to draw one for her at some point. But yeah, just use the.
No, not
spear or
Irona
whatever.
Maiden.
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden. Is there anything I can get easily enough?
I think we had one in the previous one shot that you found.
That's
but I
a
can't remember.
premium asset. What about from the web? Yes, actually,
Send you a
that'll do.
picture of a mimic Iron Maiden, but not.
there we go. So where are you wanting to create it?
I will pop it about here next to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it does get an attack this
So
round.
so it's facing her, I guess, and I'll get it
Yep.
to try and get her.
Yep. Go ahead and roll your attack.
22 to hit,
22 does indeed hit.
and that is 7 force damage.
7 force damage. Okay.
And I will move here.
You can
Never mind.
see it's starting to show a bit of wear and tear now. Okay. Top of the round. Carter, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna have to switch to my short sword. And I have advantage on the attack, yeah?
Nope.
Because of the guiding bolt. No.
Oh, because of the guiding bolt, yes.
Okay.
I'm taking
So-
control of the Iron Maiden token, and then I can move it.
I mean, you can do if you want. I was
Makes
just
it
gonna...
easier.
19.
That's
Hang
a
on.
honest thing to do then, doesn't it?
19 hits.
Sneak attack onto that as
Yep,
well
so 14.
as Hunter's Mark is also with melee weapons in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any weapon.
Okay, so that's my Hunter's Mark. Oh, wow, 3 again. And
Not
then
bad.
my
So
Dreadful
17.
Strikes as well. Another 2.
Okay. It's starting to look a bit more wounded now.
Okay, and bonus action dodge.
Okay. Bonus action dodge, okay. George!
I have a question going through my character sheet.
Yes.
If something is in features and traits,
Mhm.
does that mean, and it's not in spells or actions or anything like that, does that mean it just happens automatically?
What
'Cause
are we talking about?
I've got Ancestral Protectors. It says, whilst raging, the first creature I hit with an attack on my turn has disadvantage on any attack that isn't against me.
Oh.
And when the target hits a creature other than you, the creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
Yeah, that
Also,
just
whoever
happens
attacked
automatically.
after me would have had advantage on their hit.
Yeah, he did.
He did remember.
Yeah.
Because I didn't.
Cool. So I didn't. I've only just read it, so that would have changed the effect for the last round. But I've only just read that, so
Yeah.
that's cool to know. Right. I'm flanking, aren't I?
With an Iron Maiden, so it doesn't count. It's not an actual creature.
Okay, so
If
I
you
move
move to there, that's flanking, yes.
Okay, cool. Thwickety thwack, I'm going to hit it in the back. Great club attack.
Wickedy
Go
thwackety.
for it.
Nice.
Nat 20.
20.
Plus
Yeah,
7.
that 20 hits.
Cool.
Yes.
So that is. So you rolled a 7, so that's 14 plus 3 is 17.
Yeah. And I have. Double check. I can attack twice. I think I've got that. I'm just checking.
If you've
You
got
should
5
have
levels
extra
in
attack,
Barbarian,
yeah.
you should have extra attack, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do. Cool. So hitting it again.
Yep, again with advantage.
Oh, an advantage.
I mean, 17 hits anyway, but let's see if you get another crit. No, but you still hit.
Cool. That's another 3.
So, I'm about to say, is
Don't
this
forget
adding?
You've got your rage
It's adding,
Your rage
it's adding
damage
6,
is
it's
adding on.
adding it as well, yeah. It's adding.
Is it 1d8 plus 3?
Well, you just
oh,
said he
yeah,
rolled a
3
3 and it says he's rolled a 6, so I'm assuming it's adding a plus 3.
No, he rolled a 3 and it's added 3, which I'm assuming is your strength.
Ah.
Yeah.
Then
So it's
no,
not adding my
It's
rage.
not adding rage. Then.
No, so what your rage is?
Plus 2,
2?
I think it is.
Yeah, so that'll be 8 damage.
Yeah, and it would have been another plus 2 on the previous one as
Yeah,
well.
so I'll add 10. Okay.
It's been a while since we played these characters.
You can see now
It
its
really has.
limbs and body are starting to like look very wounded, and like bits of flesh are beginning to be carved off it, and ichor is dripping out of its wounds. It's looking hurt.
Cool, that's me.
Okay. Fever, your turn.
Yeah. Guess it might be a bit overkill, but I'm probably gonna Scorching Ray.
Okay.
Roasty.
22 hits, 22 hits, and the nat 20 hits.
Let's go.
So 14. And you rolled a 9, so 18 plus 14, that's 32 damage.
Ooh.
So 32, hang on, so that takes it to... Yeah, how do you want to do this?
Let's go.
Yeah, I figured that. Just have it burst into a cold flame and freeze and shatter.
You watch as it just goes, ah! And then just collapses to the floor in frozen chunks.
At the end of
He knows the rules, and so do I.
So do I.
And now we pretend to be asleep, yeah?
Is that the end of combat?
Maybe, maybe not.
Now we pretend to sleep, yes.
I don't know if that's going to work when they've heard all the noise we've been
A
making.
horde of ghosts come in.
Yeah. Ooh.
So,
Keep my guardian up for now then.
Yeah, I'm keeping concentration of Hunter's Mark for anything that comes through the wall.
Well, you had nothing
Door.
to transfer Hunter's Mark to, so you will lose it.
Yeah.
No, because it's a concentration spell for the hour, isn't it?
Nope.
you have to pass it
It's
to
concentration
something.
to keep it on, but as a bonus action you can pass it on to something else. But if you don't, and there's nothing to pass it on to, you lose it.
Oh, you can on a subsequent turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because you've got nothing to target. Unless you want to Hunter's Mark one of us and just not to keep it
Right.
up, and then transfer it as a bonus action.
Okarak,
In
your
case there's
turn.
Yeah,
Something else?
I'll do that.
Yeah. Just Hunter's Mark
Yeah.
me or something. I'll take
Yeah,
it.
I'm going to.
I'll be like, oi, what are you doing?
Yeah,
I
I'll
can-
correct
I can follow
probably.
you
Does that
anywhere
work?
now.
Can he do that? Can he just Hunter's Mark
Yeah.
me to keep it up? Yeah, cool.
I'll allow it.
Don't attack me though.
I just know where you are.
Oh.
So our barricade obviously failed.
Yeah.
Shall we try again?
Yeah.
So Okarak's actually
can't.
going to try and help this time. She's only got so much movement.
I'm gonna turn the battle music to something more sinister until we actually fight something else.
Right, okay. So I'm assuming that that's the door.
Yes.
Um,
And as you get there,
Yep.
you do see
There we
outside the
go.
doorway.
That thing that we weren't supposed to see until now. Oh, no, another one.
Oh,
You see Michael Jansen and a bunch of
Michael
other
Jackson!
zombies doing the thriller dance going down the road.
2 more Jiangshi attracted by the noise, hopping
Yeah.
towards you.
Well, this one looks like it's right in front of me.
Yeah, that one was literally
Right
about
next
to be
to
coming
us.
through the door next round.
Right. Okay. With that, Okarak is going to cast Entangle on the floor right in front of him.
Okay. That is a 20-foot cube, I believe.
Yes.
Is that going to give me? Oh wait, no. You can just do it right outside the
I'm
thing.
doing it
It won't
outside the
get any
door.
of us, will it? It might even get that one.
So,
So
there you go.
You can use the new tool set.
you're
if you
concentrating.
opted in.
I don't think I have draw
Uh,
shape. So 20 foot. So I'm guessing you're wanting to put it.
well, you've got the what you call it anyway, haven't you? The TT,
Yeah.
whatever the hell it is.
Guessing you're wanting to put that sort of. Well, actually select it.
When the when the VTT does not want to cooperate.
You want to put it about there, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is now difficult terrain.
Mhm.
Creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw. So the saving throw is 13, so 2 saving throws for them.
Let's just hope nothing floats through the walls and we've got to escape.
So, yep,
Hey,
one passes. And the other passes, so they're both absolutely fine. They're just in difficult terrain. Okay. Anything else on your turn, Okarak?
I don't think I actually have any bonus actions, so probably not.
Okay. The Jiangshi's turns. The one right outside that door is going to make 3 slam attacks against you, as you're the only one it can reach. That is... oh, blimey. That is a 19 to hit on one, a 26 to hit on another, and a nat 1 on the last one. So...
Cool. I've got an arm class of 13, so.
Ah.
It's
might
not hard
want-
to hit any of us, I don't think.
Where's my d8's gone? There they are. So you are going to take... so that is 9 bludgeoning damage for the first one,
Okay.
and 7 bludgeoning damage from the second.
Cool.
And this one is then going to use Consume Energy. And it's going to target you, Okarak. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please. That is a failure, so you are going to take full damage.
Okay.
So you take 4, 8, 15 necrotic damage.
Okay.
This creature hasn't taken any damage yet, so it doesn't heal, but it now does lift off the floor and begin hovering in the air, meaning that the entangle is
Not
not
work.
doing anything
Just
to it.
had to say about the floating, didn't you?
This one over here is then going to use its consume energy against you, Okarak, as you're the only one it can see within 30 feet. Again, it opens its maw and begins drawing from this green glow inside your chest. I need you to make another Constitution saving throw. That one is a pass, so you only take half damage. That is 18, so halved to 9 necrotic damage.
Okay.
As that one also floats up into the air and begins hovering, and is going to move to here. It can't hit you, so it's not going to make any attacks this round. Lara, your turn.
I'm going to. What am I gonna do? I will move my Iron Maiden
Yep.
to float.
So you can move it 20 feet.
There. And I'll get
So
it.
that currently is against the wall. The door is where
I'm trying to make
Okarak
it
is.
in front of it. Like so she's there. Can I get it to smash through a wall?
Yeah, you can have it get smashed through the wall, yeah. But that will just make an opening, so...
Yeah. Just so I can get that one.
Yep.
So I'll attack with that first, and a bonus action, and then I'll do my 19?
19 hits. Oh, by the way, Okarak, you need to make me concentration checks for your entangle.
That's 7 force damage. Seems to
7
be
force damage.
Seems to be what I can
how-
do, and then I will.
The con saves.
I will give
Con saves, okay.
resistance to Okarak.
Okay.
So I touch a winning creature, and you get a D4 to add to any saving throw of its choice. Constitution, I'll give it to you.
I was going to say I've just rolled a nat 20 again.
I know,
so-
but
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
Yep.
it's up for you. Oh, balls.
I will say that your entangle's still up.
Yeah, I just realised, as I said, that's concentration. So can I retcon that because I didn't read that it was.
Yeah, you are
concentration?
concentrating on spiritual
Yeah,
weapons.
so I won't do that. I'll just do guiding bolt instead then.
Okay.
Why does it keep bringing up this bloody message about my armor class? Back her off! I can't see my sheet. Where's guiding bolt gone? Spells. Where you at? Oh, I need to tick off one and then tick off the second one. There we go. It'll be on this one here. 26
Okay.
to hit.
26 hits.
17 radiant damage.
17 radiant damage. Okay.
And I will stay where I
That's
am
the-
to back Okarak up.
As the blast hits it, you watch as it sort of floats backwards slightly from the hit, but it's still up and it's still coming at you.
Didn't use any other spells, did I?
Okay. Carter, your turn.
Okay, so essentially the only one that I can see from here is that one, isn't it?
You can see both of them because there's
So
the
I
open
just
doorway
smashed,
with
and then I just
Okarak in
smashed
front
a
of
hole
it,
through the wall.
and
so...
she's just smashed a hole through the wall with an Iron Maiden.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, just because, like,
Yeah, I can see
obviously,
both.
doorway and stuff like that, I was just kind of
Yeah.
being certain.
There's
Okay,
a big hole in the
bonus
wall there, so you
action,
can see him.
moving my hunter's mark to Shiny Boy.
Okay.
And then... Bow. Oh, not that
Bow.
one.
Bow, bow, bow.
Longbow. Oh, advantage.
Yep. 28
Yes,
hits.
because
that
I
way.
crit.
If you are targeting this one, then yes.
Yeah, no, that's the
28
one that I'm
hits.
targeting. So 28. So that's...
Just in case you get them crits.
And you
because
do
it's
get sneak
advantage, I
attack.
get the sneak attack, plus my hunter's mark.
So 19.
Oh, max hunter's mark. And psychic is 3.
Yep. Okay. That arrow hits in and it looks like it does a significant amount of damage, but it's still looking fairly hale and hearty, as you know, an undead can. Anything else, Carter, or is that your turn?
That's everything I can do.
Okay. George, your turn.
Okay, I'm going to ignore the intrusive thoughts. I was going to sing a song for Bardic Inspiration, but I'm going to... Well, the song was going to be called Lichen Virgin.
I mean,
Because I was going to give you inspiration.
do it. Come on.
Fine, I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Lara.
You can't while
Like
you're
a
raging, can
virgin.
you?
I'm no longer raging.
Oh, that's good.
It's been longer than 5 seconds between attacks.
You attacked last round, so you are still raging.
But
Oh,
I
you have to
didn't
have
lose-
hit
I
something.
didn't-
You have
hit
to
it.
not hit something this round, then your rage drops. Or you can voluntarily, as a free action, drop your rage.
okay, I'll probably do that. But I mean, Carter had to move his hunter's mark onto somebody else, which would have been.
He hunter's marked me so that he could keep it up.
Yeah.
And then
Moving
yeah, I
moving
did
hunter's
that on
mark
the
is
end
a
of
free
my-
action.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. I'm going to voluntarily drop it.
Yep.
And do Bardic Inspiration. It's God.
You don't
I
have
hate
to
that
sing
these
along.
lyrics popped
You
into
don't-
my head as well.
Do it,
Come
do
on.
it, but you know, don't feel pressured to.
Lichen Virgin, transformed for the very first time. Lichen Virgin, let your attack hit double hard.
Dara just looks at you like, raises an eyebrow and then shrugs. Yeah.
Okay. So Lara, you have I believe it's a
Aw.
D6 inspiration dice.
I will. Oh, I had inspiration ticked on my character sheet from before, so I've unticked it. And unticked
It's
it, but...
different inspiration.
Oh wait, no. What is it then?
Yeah.
So I just add a what?
A D6 to an attack or saving throw.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Or
For
ability
the
check,
next
I
10
believe.
minutes.
Yeah.
I'll tick inspiration to remind me, but yeah.
And that's a bonus action for Bardic Inspiration?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. In that case, I am going to shift out the way so other people can get some kind of range. Mainly Carter can get into the fray. And in case they barge through, I'm just going to ready my Great Club.
Okay. At the end of your turn, you hear from above you ghostly wails as coming through the ceiling.
Oh, why didn't we just pretend to be asleep?
I'm not sure if that would have worked, to be fair.
Might have done.
Okay.
So
I have
this one's going to move up to here.
Are these
move into
considered
there.
undead?
They look like spectral, ghostly figures, but they're each going to move to there, and then so the one against George is going to use a life drain. Nat 20. My God, why is it always against George?
My thwack would have gone off, wouldn't it?
Your what?
My thwack. I readied a great strike
Oh,
against
were
them.
you
I know it
holding
won't
an
do
action?
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you holding an action? Yep. So you get an action then.
Yeah, I would have hit them with my Great Club, but
Yep. Go
they're
ahead.
spectral, so... Okay.
Boy.
20.
Hits.
Oh, okay. 6.
6. As you swipe through it, it does do some damage, just not as much as you were expecting. So you are going to have the life drain hit you.
VR half all there, aren't they?
That is 13 points of necrotic damage. And I need you to make a con save, please.
I don't have 8 level spells yet.
As it swoops in and sticks its hands into your chest and starts dragging your life energy out of you.
Okie doke. 18.
18, you're fine. You feel it trying to drag. It's dragging life energy out of you, but you feel like it's trying to drag it permanently away from you, but you manage to hold it in and keep it close as this screaming, raging, stretched humanoid face goes, "Offering!" in your
Shrug
face.
it off. Shrug it off.
Okay. Next one is going to make a drain life attack against Lara. Nat 1 misses, just sort of swings for you and you just sort of duck. And finally against Fever. That is a 14 to hit.
Yep, hits.
Okay, so you are going to take 9 necrotic damage, and I need you to make a con save, please.
Yep. 15.
15? Yep, you feel it again. It reaches into you and starts dragging your life force out. And you manage to just sort of clutch onto it and keep hold of enough of it that you don't feel too badly wounded. Okay. Fever, it's now your turn.
I think first I'm gonna try and move away. So if it's getting an attack of opportunity,
It gets an attack of opportunity, yeah. That is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so you are going to take...
Can I use my reaction Spirit Shield?
Yeah, so he gains resistance to the damage.
Yeah. It gets reduced by 2d6.
Yep, so go ahead and roll your 2d6.
Six.
So you take 9 necrotic damage, but I still need you to make another con saving throw, please.
Sure. 17.
That's fine, you're alright. Okay.
Actually,
what's
ignore
the
that.
rest of
He wouldn't have got resistance. I'm not raging.
Oh. So, hang on. So
So
you would have taken
goes
15
5.
necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
So it goes up by 6.
We keep
Yep.
doing things and then be like, oh wait, no, hang on. I'm not doing this, or I didn't cast this, or...
We remember how to play clicky clack.
We know how to play with the math rocks.
You just stack
Right.
the dice, right?
Yeah.
You
That's
wish.
the game.
Then you shout Jenga.
Jenga!
So, how much would that be?
Uno reverse.
That might work.
Oh dear, what's being planned here?
You never know with Reese. He always ends up pulling something amazing. Let's see.
Oh, that doesn't seem. Oh, that's.
I'm surprised he hasn't pulled his doggy out yet.
Just,
I was-
just to wind the
yeah.
DM up with the token.
I can see a circle. I can see a radius.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You might
I
want to
was-
get another one ready in a minute when it's my turn. But...
Oh, I was thinking of going something like there. Oh, that's-
Alright.
I was hoping to be inside of that. And that is a wall of fire.
Okay. So you cast Wall of Fire. I'm
Wait,
assuming
Is that
pointing
trapping
outward.
all of us?
Yeah, so anything that comes towards us is going to be.
When the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dexterity saving
It's
throw.
so good.
So 2 of the spectres are within the area, so they need to make dexterity saving throws. That is 17 and a 15.
15 is DC.
So they both pass, so they take half damage.
Sure. So
So,
that's 11 then.
yep. You watch as they rear back, screeching and howling as this fire burns their incorporeal forms. Oh, actually. But it doesn't do as much as you expected.
If they're resistant, they're not because it's cold and I have. Whatever
Yes.
it's called.
Yeah, different fire for fever,
Yeah.
isn't it? We forget.
Yeah.
Yes, it's cold, and you have the
Yeah.
the
Elemental
special ability,
adept.
the genie adept, yeah. Right. Okay. Yep. So that's done a quite. You can watch as like the flames blast them, and they sort of shriek and shiver as ectoplasm freezes and crashes out of their bodies. They're flickering and starting to look fairly damaged. Okay. Is that the end of your turn, Fever?
Yes.
Okay. Okarak, your turn.
I've been looking at what I can do, and I've resorted to pulling out my spear and shoving it in the person's in front of me's face.
Okay.
I may not have clicked on the right thing. Just bear
Yeah,
with me.
you need to.
Yeah.
Spear!
That's not a
piercing
good
one.
damage roll.
Whoops.
Why is your
Yeah.
two-handed 0? 2 minus 2. So
Is
19
it
hits.
strength based?
It depends because
It
I
is.
may not have actually clicked on the right thing.
It is strength-based, yes.
Yeah.
And you're not a
Not a
druid,
strong-
isn't it?
And
Strength,
actually,
isn't a strength-based
it's a-
character.
Yeah.
Anyway, 19.
So hits, and I'm assuming you want to use one-handed.
Yep, I've got no choice.
The one that does damage?
Yeah.
Yep. So yep. So you
I've never
sink that
understood
spear
the
in.
whole two-handed rolling lower than one-handed. It doesn't
Yeah.
make sense to me because
Yeah.
surely you'd be putting more power
I'm just
into
gonna
it with
say
two
it's
hands.
probably rolled the same
Mm.
if I did it
Okay.
two-handed, but yeah. But yeah, 4. I'll do it one-handed.
Okay. All right. That the end of your turn, or are you moving?
She also has advantage on the roll, doesn't she? Because if it's the glowy one.
Nope. You
No.
attacked it afterwards and took
Yeah,
away the
it's
Ah,
only
damage.
the, it's
oh.
only the first attack after I hit.
Yeah.
It's not every attack after.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's not fairy fire.
Do I have fairy fire? No, I do.
Can I can't bonus action disengage, so if I move away, he gets a opportunity attack.
Yes.
So in that case, I am probably. Let me just check this one. I can cast Healing Word on myself, can't I?
Yeah, you can bonus action healing word yourself.
I will
With a
do that.
creature, it doesn't have to be someone else.
Yeah. So I will Healing Word myself. The 3.
Okay. Right. the Jiangshi's turns. So, because this one can float, it's going to float in to there.
Is it? How tall is the fire? 'Cause it says wall
20
of
foot.
fire.
Yeah.
Oh
20
yeah,
foot
and
high.
they all also have to make dex saves, don't they? Because they're near the
Mm.
fire at
yeah.
the start of their turn. So actually, it can't move there because of the. Well. Yeah, it would actively try to avoid the fire, but it was close enough that it would take the damage. So we'll do those dex saves first.
Well, it's. I'm not sure how it works when it appears, but it says if a creature ends its turn within 10 feet of the
Right.
damage side,
Okay.
or moves into it for the first time.
Yeah. So this one's now got a 40 feet speed. So 5, 10, 20, 25 to get to there. So, and then the other one. Yeah, the other one's just going to make 3 slam attacks through the fire at Okarak. 1 nat 1, 1 10 to hit, and 1 17 to hit.
That hits.
So the 17 hits. It's like flailing through the fire, and the fire's like sort of blocking its line of sight. But one of its hits does manage to land, which does 16 bludgeoning damage, as its undead strength just blows down upon you. It is then going to use consume energy. Who can it see? I mean, you're the one right in front of it, Okarak, so it's going to be you. I
Yeah.
need you to make a con
But it has to
saving
look
throw,
through
please.
a wall of fire, right? Oh no!
Oh.
Wait, you've got Oh wait, no, because I didn't do that. Never mind. Ignore me.
No.
Well, it does say the wall is opaque. I don't know how that works for.
Hang on, let me have a
Maybe
look.
Line of
disadvantage on a
sights and
visual
everything.
check. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the wall is opaque, so yeah. So it would have actually even had disadvantage on that attack roll because it can't actually see you. So still would have hit.
Okay.
So yeah, it can't actually use consume energy from there. Yeah, it's gonna have to come through the fire. So it's gonna move to there, which means it has to make a dex save.
The goals on fire.
Pretty sure. Oh no, -4 to dex, so that's 13, so it fails.
Nice.
So
23. Hold on, it blew.
Yeah,
means
because
it's nat 20.
because there's an 8 and and some 1s in there.
yeah,
But the ones
23.
do go to 2, so that's 25 damage.
So 25, so 74. Okay. So, but now that it's inside here, oh, now it's got its choice of targets. It's going to use consume energy on Fever this time.
Mm-hmm.
So, con saving throw, please.
14.
That is a fail. So you are going to take. That is 20 points of necrotic damage.
Blimey.
And you need to make a con save for your wall of fire,
Yep.
as this creature's wounds knit back together and heal up.
Did that wrong?
14.
There we go.
there we go.
26, yeah. Wall of fire is still up. Okay, the other Jiangshi that went all the way to the back is now going to make 3 slam attacks against Carter. 1 nat 20, 1 18, and 1 16.
Okay, I'm going to use my reaction to halve the nat 20 damage.
Okay, for uncanny dodge.
Yeah.
Yep, so the nat 20 would have been 14, 18, no, hang on, 14, 28, would have been 32, halve that down to 16. Yeah, roll double 7s on the dice, so that's 14 doubled to 28 plus 4. Yeah.
Okay. And what were the other 2 attack rolls?
Hang on. The lowest was a 16.
Yeah, they both hit then.
Okay, so the next one is 12 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
and the last one is 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Let me just roll my con saves on my hunter's marks.
Yep.
I just realised how much I fucked
Oh,
up.
that's gone on the correct.
Okay,
What do you mean?
so
Reese?
your hunter's mark is gone.
Well, you'll notice that one person isn't quite within the ring, so Carter is about to free.
Oh yeah!
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Carter's right next to it on the outside. Yeah.
Technically, I should have had Carter make a... Yeah, Carter, you need to make a dex save for when that ring went up.
It's alright. He's roguey. You've got skills.
Evasion.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
haven't.
no, it
yet.
hasn't got evasion yet. So you
Oh.
pass. You only
What?
take half the
How did-
damage from the initial
I'm
Oh,
range
wall of
rogue.
fire.
Oh.
So that's another
not enough-
11
not
cold
enough
damage
levels- Not enough levels in rogue yet.
that you should have taken.
Yeah.
Did
I've got it.
the
Are you more
did the
rogue- more ranged than
Zhongxi
rogue?
roll for when it came up?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it
Which
was
one?
only the spectres.
Yeah. I rolled
They
for the
were-
spectres, and
that
he
one
never
rolled,
rolled.
didn't he?
The
You never rolled
Zhongxi-
for the
I'm
Zhongxi,
pretty
yeah?
sure he rolled when he came in. I'm pretty sure he did before.
Yeah, he rolled when he
attacked the
came
event.
in, but not when it went
I-
up.
Yeah.
No, he did because it was.
No,
I'm
you
pretty
only
sure I
did the
did.
spectres.
Hang on then. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna. Yeah, they both fail. So they both need to
'Cause
take 22
It's
more damage.
because it's worded strange because it says when the wall appears, each creature in its area makes a
Yeah.
dex save, but
That's
then it
implying all of us
says
inside, not outside.
But it's a 5-foot wall, isn't it? So.
well, it's 1 foot thick,
Okay.
but it's at the end of a creature's turn if it's within 10 feet.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the initial creation is just where it appears, like the exact 1 foot thick ring.
Yeah.
And then if it's at the end of turn, then it's anything that's within 10 feet.
Anyway, the Zhongxi's now going to use consume energy on the only person it can see, which is Carter. Constitution saving throw, please.
15.
Fails, I'm afraid.
Why is
Yeah.
the con save on this thing?
11.
What's its
That's
spell
19 points of necrotic damage,
Okay.
and it heals for 19 points. There we go. Yeah, Zhongxi are Zhongxi are not hard to hit and they're not hard to kill over time, but they are a pain in the bum.
but no.
Yeah. Okay, that's the Zhongxi's turn. At the end of one of their turns, it's going to get burned by the fire.
Mm-hmm.
So are we using that 23 still?
Yeah.
So takes 23.
Well, 25, isn't it?
Yeah,
25,
25
yeah.
because he gets the +2 from
Yeah.
So that damage it just healed is like reapplied to it straight away. But
Cool.
okay. End of the Zhongxi's turns. Lara, your turn.
Okay, bonus action, I'm dropping Iron Maiden,
Okay.
and I'm doing 4th level Spirit Guardians.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All the AoE.
Yes. And they're gonna basically, she'll wave her hands, and then a bunch of like scythes will start
15-foot
spinning
radius,
around.
yeah?
Yes, 15-foot radius. It is a Wisdom save of 15 if they start their turn inside it, I think. Now, it's got some weird shit, because it says, takes 3d8 radiant damage if you are good, or neutral, or 3d8 necrotic if you are evil.
It's the
Is
caster.
that the one's taking a save or
It's
mine?
the
So,
caster. It's the
because I'm good.
caster.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
cool.
depends on your alignment as to what.
It says when I cast it 4th or higher, its damage increases.
You call for
so-
spirits. If you are good or neutral, there's...
Yeah.
When you cast a spell, you can designate any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected by it.
Yes, so
Affected
I
creature
designate
speed
all
is
of my
halved.
allies as safe.
And when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
What do I do
That-
with it?
You've got movement, or you've got you've got bonus action left.
I will. Because it's centered on me, isn't it? So
Yes.
I will stay within melee range, but move up to here, so I'm in melee range of both of these. Just
Okay.
to move the circle up a bit.
Yep.
And yeah, that's it. I've done my bonus action, which was dropping the thing, and I've done my action, which was the Spirit Guardians.
Okay. Carter, your turn. I'm assuming you're probably quite hurt.
Very, very hurt.
And let me just mark
Um,
off that spell slot, because I nearly forget every time I cast a spell. There we go.
Well, like I said, you only take the fire damage if you end your turn
Yeah.
within 10 feet.
Oh, cold. Guys. Oh.
Misty Step, okay.
Ah, yes.
So
I knew you
there,
had that. That's.
Yep.
Wait, why would you not go inside the ring? Oh, wait.
back
to be
out
able
to
to
here.
see
Oh,
it's
you can see,
opaque.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I completely screwed you.
The entangle is difficult terrain, so just so you're aware for your movement.
Yeah. So
'Cause the
Hold on.
entangle is
So-
still up.
hold on. That I can see.
You
So
need to
it
put a
would be
concentration token on me, because I know
how
I
far
dropped
is
Iron Maiden, but I'm still concentrating
Misty
on
Step.
Guardians.
30
Misty Step is
feet.
30 feet.
So it would have been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So it would put me there.
Yep.
Longbow at the only one that I can see through the door.
Yep. Although it is going to be at disadvantage as there is the curvature of the wall of flame in the way,
Yeah, that's
which
fine.
is opaque.
14.
14 misses. This time as the arrow flies towards it, it just whoosh, smacks the arrow out the air with its rigor mortis arm.
Okay then. So 10, 15, 20, 25, and into this building.
Carter, as you are outside and you glance down the street as you're running, from both directions, left and right down that main street, you just see hopping figures. 10,
And have they
20.
seen me?
They're hopping in your general direction, converging from both sides.
Okay.
There's a lot of noise happening here, and now a blasting ring of cold fire that's lighting up everything.
And random
Yeah.
scythes spinning around the room.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's as far as I can go
Flammable
because
these
it's taken
houses.
my
And how does
bonus
my fire
action.
spread?
Okay.
My bonus action, my action, and my movement just to get here. So
Okay. You can speak as a free action if you want to shout something.
guys, there's lots of them coming.
No, Red!
Okay. George, your turn.
Cool.
Well, how flammable are these houses? Because if they're traditional Japanese, and those walls are pretty papery.
Yeah. Yeah, the cold
Yeah.
fire is beginning to catch on things.
We're gonna burn ourselves
It's
down.
it's taking a while because though this is wooden paper, it is, mildewy and waterlogged because it's not
Sure.
been well cared for, but it's starting to catch and smoke.
So we don't die from smoke inhalation being in this
Mhm.
building. How are we gonna get away
I
from
think
them?
we better run and
Yes.
probably
Run
either
into a bunch of
actually
other
try to
creatures.
sleep instead of pretending.
Because I'm
to sleep.
gonna just be able to casually just fall asleep knowing there's creatures
Yeah.
chasing us.
Well, do any of us know the sleep spell? That would be really convenient.
I could command some of us to sleep, but then I'd still be awake.
Right. Blue boy in the middle. Distant whispers.
Okay. That is wisdom saving throw.
Yeah,
Presumably
and
you
I'm
told
going to be
about the
like,
zombie and not me.
we didn't start the fire. No, the room was burning since before the turn end. We
Well, it
didn't
took-
start the fire.
That's 23 on the wisdom saving throw, so only half damage and no movement.
No, we didn't light it. Trust me, don't incite it. I was just stealing lyrics from D&D
Yeah.
parody songs now.
Yep.
Okay, so that is
Why not?
8 damage. Okay. That one's starting to look fairly hurt. But it's
And how
still
high is the
going.
ceiling?
The ceiling in here probably about 10 feet.
Okay.
Oh right, so there's just a pillar of fire erupting from.
Oh yeah.
Okay then.
Whoa. We're anything if subtle, right?
Cool. So I wouldn't be able to like jump and try and put my feet on the ceiling or anything like that.
With a good enough athletics check, maybe. But
I've already had my action cast. Is it? That's
Isn't it
yeah, it's a
it's a action,
spell.
isn't it?
it's an action, yeah.
Yeah, maybe for next time.
Okay. Anything else? Movement, bonus action.
No, I don't want to
Not
move
that
away
there's-
from this.
Not about to say, not that
creature.
there's anywhere far you can move in the ring of fire.
Yeah.
No, and if I
We're
move
kinda
away,
trapped
it's
here.
I could have a attack of opportunity against me. So I think I'm just gonna stick here for the moment.
Okay. All right. Spectre's turn. This one saw. It saw you vanish, Carter, but that's about all it saw. But it's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. It's just going to go outside and start looking for you. Because it saw you, like, vanish. But it saw the arrow come in. So it's like, okay, I know he's out there somewhere. These
Hang on.
two...
Enters the area for the first time, or yeah, it started its turn inside the ring of fire, didn't it? Inside my spirit guardians.
That
No,
Spectre
this
didn't.
was
The other
the
two
one that's
are.
further away.
Oh, was he in the corner there?
So the other two are going to make their wisdom saving throws now. Nat 20 and a natural 19.
Can I use a
So they
reaction
take
to cancel
half
this on?
damage.
Half damage, yeah. So I need to,
Yeah.
roll it, don't I? Hang on.
Yeah.
Spirit Guardians. Make sure I'm doing this at the right level because I said 4th. Oh, choose damaged. Oh, because I can choose damage type radiant, obviously. 17.
17,
damage,
so
so less
half to 9. One of them just is vaporized by the scythes, just cut to ribbons and vanishes. The other one is cut and is looking wounded, but is still standing, and is going to use its full action to 5, 10, 15, 20, just vanish, flying through the wall and away. Okay, that is the Spectre's turns. Fever, your turn.
Yeah. I guess burning hands in that kind of direction.
Yep, so you only catch the Jiangshi, okay?
Yeah.
So dexterity saving throw for the Jiangshi.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20, but minus 4.
Reaction, not a natural 20.
That only works on attack rolls.
Oh, does it? Oh, never mind.
It's only to stop damage crits.
Oh,
But
so if
even
it hits,
then,
if
it's
it hits
halved-
one of my
it's-
friends, yeah.
It's a 16 anyway, so it still saves, so it only takes
yeah,
half
still saves.
damage.
Say that, doesn't it? As a reaction, a creature see within 30 feet. Oh, it's if someone suffers a critical hit. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, that Jiangshi is looking more damaged. You like freeze it, and part of its like its clothing is like frozen and frostbitten. Its arms are having a harder time moving. You can see chunks of its flesh falling away, revealing bones and frozen muscle beneath. But it is still just standing. Okay.
Wait, cleric management still have.
Yeah, I guess I stay where I am.
Okay. Okarak, your turn.
Has it been adding my +3 to my cleric if I used a cleric? Wait, how does that even work? So would that have made guidance instead of a d4? How does that work? I've just saw something in my thing that says potent spellcasting. That means
Right.
I can add a +3 to any cantrips that are cleric based.
Well, that's cantrip.
Yeah.
Guiding bolt's not a cantrip.
No,
it's a
I
spell.
meant guidance.
Oh,
As
guidance.
in, when I
No,
cast that doesn't affect the dice that you
No.
get from it, does it? So
no, it's damage cantrips. It's
Okay.
talking about.
Just looking at it, I was like, how does that work with spells like
It's
that?
for things like Sacred Flame,
Mm.
Word of Radiance, that sort of thing.
Okay. Sorry.
It's alright.
Yeah.
If you can kill this thing before it obliterates me, that'd be nice. Then again, if you want the wall of fire gone, then
There's not a lot I can
You vibe
really
into the battle
do.
music there, Paddy.
Yeah, I'm vibing. I'm vibing. I'm liking it.
I will try frostbite.
Okay.
It is a cantrip I have.
Okay.
Not a
So
lot,
con
but-
saving throw.
I
Yep, 25. So that passes. I'm assuming that means it doesn't do any damage.
You can, on a failed save, the target takes 1d6 damage, and it has disadvantage on the next one. It doesn't say, so I'm guessing it doesn't take anything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's only on a failed save that it takes the damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cantrips are usually all on the thing.
yeah, unless you're an evocation wizard.
I tried.
Right. So next up is that it, or anything else you want to do?
Not really a lot I can do. I can't risk a opportunity attack because I'm not great.
You also can't walk out of the fire.
No.
Yes. Someone drops it.
Just having a look.
Do you need some healing?
Okay.
Ulrich?
So next up
Forgot
is
that you're squishier than we are.
the Jiangxi.
We'll, try
So
to
there's
help you if I can.
one inside and one outside. The one inside is going to make a slam attack against Fever. That is a 24 to hit.
Yep.
So you are going to take... that's 13 bludgeoning damage. You need to make a concentration check on the wall of fire.
Yep.
That's fine, you save. Then going to make a slam attack against Okarak. That is 24 to hit.
Yep.
Did it take the damage from the?
It's at the
Spirit
end of the
Guardian?
turn, and
Oh,
this
end of
one's
the turn.
inside the fire, so...
No, Spirit Guardians.
Oh, Spirit
Spirit
Guardians, yes.
Yes,
My
Spirit Guardians.
apologies.
Don't forget my Spirit Guardians.
Wisdom save.
15 DC.
Yeah, it rolled a 8. And the other one as well.
So that would be.
The other one passes.
17 radiant damage. Then.
17 radiant damage to the one inside the wall of fire. Okay, it's still up. And the one outside takes half. So only takes 8 damage. Okay. So anyway, still attacking Okarak, wasn't I?
Yep.
So yeah, 24 to hit. That was it, and then you take only 3 bludgeoning damage,
Okay, no, I can manage that.
and then a slam attack against Lara for a 22 to hit.
That hits.
You take 15 bludgeoning damage,
Right, I can take it.
and then it's going to use consume energy on Fever. If you could make a con save, please.
Mhm. Oh no.
Fail. You
Okay, how many
Take-
times am I rolling this turn?
19 necrotic damage.
Yep.
It heals for 19.
Well, does it heal for 19 if I don't have that much life?
It heals for the amount of damage it does.
Where's my thing? I don't know where my freight has gone.
What are you looking for?
It's the Shadow Sorcerer one. It's a charisma saving
Yeah,
throw, isn't it?
Strength of the Grave.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus. Charisma
So it
save.
was-
Oh,
17.
DC 5 plus damage taken.
So it's a DC 22 charisma saving throw.
Nope, I'm down.
No, so Fever is down, which means the wall of fire vanishes.
Yep, I
changes
got it.
things. Did you say you've gone down as in you're unconscious? Or
He
you
is
drop the- or
unconscious.
you drop the. Okay, right, cool. Okay, we're gonna change. The
Actually, no, you don't.
Hmm?
The dark entity inside your head, you hear it go, no. You need to delete one of your hit dice, as it uses that to bring you back to 1 hit point. Stabilized.
Still
Right.
doesn't change what I need to do then.
But that does, and it's going to exert some of its godly will to keep the wall of fire going for you.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I can just bring that back. Where was it? Oh god.
Can you control Z?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
was
it
Alright, you're
was.
right.
pretty much there.
Yeah,
looking-
that was there. Yeah,
Yeah.
it went through that spectre. Yeah. So
Hmm.
this Jiangxi on the
You said
outside,
entity.
the entity. Yeah.
No, I was making a bad joke.
Oh.
Can you control Z? Is Z the
Oh.
entity?
So this Jiangxi out here, can't really do much here, unless it's gonna just walk through the fire. It's
Is it
gonna
that
move
dumb?
by. No, Jiangxi are actually pretty clever. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 to get to there. And it's going to dash. 15, 20, 20, 30 to get to there, and it's just going to wait. Lara,
You
your turn.
jumped through. Did it smash its
Okay,
way through the
I'm gonna
wall?
do a third
No,
level.
it went to the hole and floated through.
I'm doing the third level prayer of healing.
Okay.
That gets everyone but Carter.
Prayer of Healing, I believe, has a casting time of 10 minutes.
Oh wait, so it does. I'll do mass
Yeah.
healing word instead. Sorry, I misread.
I was about to say, you're welcome to start
I
casting
can try
that.
doing that now.
I think
Mass
the other
healing word, then.
Jiangxi will get here before you
Prayer
can
healing
get to
is
that.
more for when we're settled. Okay, I'll do a.
Yeah.
What did I say? I'll do
Mass healing word.
third level mass healing word. So everyone gets. Seriously?
4 hit points.
You can use your inspiration if you want to get more.
Yeah.
No, can't add that.
No,
You can't add
you can't.
inspiration die to a damage roll.
That is
It's
so
only-
shit for such
It's only to hit,
for a third level spell.
saving throw, or ability check for an inspiration die.
Well, you got some help then. That just seems so underpowered.
It
Like,
says
Yeah.
ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's not a spell thing.
Yeah, you can't add it to a damage or spell amount.
Well, I hate that. It's third
Well,
level and it
it's-
does
it's
so
a
little
D4,
healing.
it-
What's the point?
Because it's AoE.
Gives
Yeah.
you a little bit less of a, but you're still
Yeah.
more likely to just take one hit and go back down again. So
Well, yeah, but if it's spread over multiple people, I don't know if there's a limit to how many it can hit.
up to 6, I think. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, up to 6 creatures of my choice. So I've basically specified all of us, except
Okay.
Carter, because he's too far away.
Yeah, 'cause it's
Okay, but that is a bonus action, I believe, mass healing word. You've still got your action
Yeah.
and your movement.
Right, where the hell? Where even is my bonus actions? Action.
I think if
Bonus
it's
action.
spells, it doesn't
It's-
come up as a
Yeah.
bonus.
No, yeah, it
action,
does
you
say
have to
healing
click on
word.
it.
No, it says healing word. Yeah, mass healing word.
Mass
third
healing
level. It
word,
does
bonus
say that That's a
action.
bonus action. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Keep guardians where they are, and I guess I will hit that bugger with my axe.
Okay, go ahead and roll to attack.
18 to hit.
18 hits.
9 slashing damage.
9 slashing damage. You slash in and you cut open part of its
Little
chest and it
snarl.
reels back, some of the ichor splashing over you. Anything else, or is that your turn?
I've done the bonus action. I've done an action. I can't move because I've taken an attack of opportunity, and I want to be close
Okay.
to Okarak. So
Carter, your turn.
Okay, Carter's looking pretty damn hurt. He's
To be
pretty
a
much
you
on
went
his
off on your
task.
own. You went on your own.
Dude
You
had
could've-
nowhere to go. If he stayed where he was, he'd have been frozen
So
solid.
the flame's gone, isn't it? So we
No.
can get rid of
No, no,
No, it's
the
not.
entity
No,
kept the flames
yeah.
up.
God's sake,
Yeah.
drop the flame. Yes! Before you burn us all to
So
death.
he's done the best that he can and said that there's loads of them coming. He's going to climb up onto maybe the landing of this building and go
Especially
into
when we're
hiding.
surrounded.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth check.
Okay.
Until we get rid of this bugger, we can't hide.
27. Yep, you
Yep.
quickly blend in with the shadows.
And just in case anything does spot me from within the building, I'm taking the bonus dodge as well.
Okay. Alright. George, your turn.
George looks down and notices one of the meat pies he had in his bag had fallen out and it's been crushed in the commotion. And he's going to rage.
Okay.
And I am going to move over to here. And I'm going to do some thwackage.
Okay, go ahead and whack away.
18.
Hits.
10 plus 2.
So 12, yeah.
Yep, and then I thwack again. 23.
Hits.
There's 11 plus 2.
How do you want to do this?
On the first one, he's going to just straight up hit down, but he's going to try and, on the second one, scoop the leftover meat pie that's flattened on the floor and just smash it into the guy's face. And see his head. Yeah. Everybody will enjoy my pies.
Turns out George is actually the BBG.
You just
The
watch
Lord
as
of
you just like
Pies.
smash your club into this thing's face, crushing its skull and dislocating its jaw as it's filled with pie, and it collapses to the ground.
Remind me not to piss George off.
The big
Okay.
bacon evil guy.
Yeah. Jeez.
All right, end of your turn,
I
George.
say when you die. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay, spectres. This spectre is going to continue searching for Carter. 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50. Gets to there, and then it's going to use its action to search. Yep, nat one. Can't see you at all, Carter. That's the end of the spectre's turns. Fever, your turn.
Right, we just hide in the fire, right?
The fire is starting to catch the house now.
Yeah, we need to get.
I was going
Uh,
to say, and it's
I would
attracting
say-
Sure.
attention. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thought
We need
wasn't
to
they're not
drop-
gonna willingly pass through it, but
We need to drop it and
Yeah,
use
I'll-
break
I'll
line of
drop
sight
it
and try
then
and
and-
hide.
hide in this corner, I guess.
Okay. You taking the hide action, or are you just moving there?
No, I'll hide as best I can.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
Yeah, great job.
You think you're well hidden.
Mhm.
Okay, so the fire is now gone. Okarak, it's your turn.
Now that fire's gone, this one's going to be able to see me, isn't it?
Yep.
Really in a good condition to hide, not from.
Yeah, it's going to see wherever I go.
Heal up. I mean, there's walls inside of the room, I guess. It's just whether you can get behind something to break line of sight.
What's still intact? I don't know anymore.
A lot of the walls in here are now gone and have
Yeah,
started
I was gonna say they've
lightly
started-
burning.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to try and get out somehow. I think Okarak will try heading, like, just running
Okay.
that way. Hang on. Yeah, she can make it to that corner. So,
Okay. Any action?
She's probably going to.
I mean, do remember you've got wild shape if you want to use it as a druid.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna be my go-to, I think. But I'm trying to think what is going to be the easiest to wild shape into. That's going to be.
Depends on what you're wanting to do. Are you wanting to hide or are you wanting to fight?
Hide.
Hide, then I would suggest probably a small creature, something like a snake, a mouse.
I think a mouse. I think it should probably be thinking about Jeremy the rat or something.
Okay, I will not. I'll not change your token, but we will say that you have wild shaped into a mouse.
I have wild shaped into a mouse.
Okay.
And I'll probably. Yeah, no, I'll call it there.
Okay.
Would we say that my wolf, as in animal wolf form, not hybrid form, would you say that's smaller than Lara is as a Goliath? Because she's quite a big woman.
Technically, wolf is still a medium creature, so...
Is a Goliath a medium creature still?
Yeah. Technically, it counts as a size larger for carrying capacity, but it's still a medium creature.
Okay, cool. So, I'm just thinking trying to hide as a giant woman.
The Jiangxi's turn. It can see two people, so it's going to 5, 10, 15 to get to there. It's going to make 3.
Instantly sliced up.
Spirit Guardians.
Yeah,
Yep,
enters the Spirit Guardian. So, wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save.
Passes.
Passes, so half of
19.
17.
Half of 17, so it takes 8. It's then going to make 3 slam attacks.
Highly
against
intelligent, not very wise.
Lara. That is a 19 to hit, a 20 to hit, and a nat 1.
Hang on, let me just read something quick. Oh,
Stone Endurance, you can use it against 1 attack.
Okay, I will Stone Endurance against 1.
Okay, so I'm assuming 2 of them hit you with a 19 and a 20?
Yes.
Okay, so your Stone's Endurance. So this first one is a 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
I can reduce that damage dealt by 1d12 plus 3.
Okay, roll your 1d12 plus 3.
That's 12.
So you take 5 bludgeoning damage from that one. And the second one, you take 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And it's then going to use Consume Energy against you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
11.
Fail.
You can add your bardic inspiration there.
Yeah.
You can if you want.
What was it? A D6?
D6.
D6.
D6. What do you roll dice in this new D6? 4. So.
That's still not enough. DC of 16, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So you are going to take hang on, 28 points of necrotic damage, and it is going to heal for 28 points of necrotic damage. Ooh, most of its wounds have healed.
I was not intending to do this, but I may have no choice.
And that is the end of the Jiangxi's turn. Lara, it's your turn.
I'm gonna need the reduced damage if it's doing physical attacks against me. I'm gonna have to go hybrid.
Okay. Let me just find your hybrid token. Oop.
Places.
Okay, Lara, go away down there. Lara, come there.
Guardians would have dropped because I'm hybrid.
Yeah. I'm just moving you out the way of the current battle. So you've hybrid.
Now I get multi-attack as a werewolf, don't I? For claws.
Yep.
And bite. That doesn't count against my bonus action, so I will do that against is it? So I will bite first and hope. Oh shit! I'm below half health. Okay. That's 11 for the bite.
Misses.
Do I need? Oh, I missed. It's all right then. So I haven't tasted anything yet. And then my claw attack. 20.
20 hits.
There we go. 8 slashing.
Okay, so you do 8 slashing damage to it. And it just sort of takes it and just hisses at you. Okay. At the top of the round, Carter, you can see
Do I need
these
to make a
Jiangshi
con
that are
save?
hopping down the street.
Being
You
below
haven't
half health?
taken damage, so you're okay. It's when you take damage when you're under half health. Carter, you can see these Jiangshi from both directions coming closer and closer, popping closer and closer as you watch. You can also see spectres beginning to fly through the sky towards this location. It's at the top of the round. This isn't where he was supposed to be, but it's close enough.
Coming up to 11.
A tatami mat next to your feet, Lara, lifts up, and from it a mirror is raised up in front of the Jiangshi. And the Jiangshi, seeing its own reflection, 5, 10, 20,
Oops.
25, 30,
Oh shit!
35,
Gonna be scared of
40,
me.
has to immediately use its reaction to do that.
Hmm.
And a voice from inside, from that little hole says, "Come along, quickly, quickly, get down here."
What? I'll claw down.
And
I mean
it's-
no harm. As I claw
Yes,
down
yes, you're big and furry, quickly. It is also going to glance out, and Carter, you're going to be subject to a spell. Are you going to be a willing recipient, or are you going to resist?
I don't know what it is.
You have no idea what's
You're
happened here.
muted.
You've just seen
Yeah,
that.
Carter doesn't know what's going on, so he'd, in all
Okay.
honesty, likely resist.
I need you to make a con save then, please.
Yeah. 14.
14 fails. You feel suddenly this swirling vortex of energy surrounds you, and you suddenly find yourself in a dark hole with a fluffy werewolf.
Hello.
Wait. Ara, is that you?
Yeah.
How do I get
Less
in?
talking, more moving. Quick, down the tunnel. Quick, all of you. And he beckons to all of you in the house.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
scuttling along as my little mouse.
Little mouse.
Yeah,
Ride
I
on my
think
shoulder
we're
if you want.
I'm in.
following.
Furry friends! Yay!
And as the last ones of you descend into the hole, combat will end there.
Whew.
As you are quickly ushered along by this figure down this passageway, going, "Now keep quiet. Hopefully they won't find us."
Squeak.
And introductions in a bit once we get safe. Come on, quick, 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 down the tunnel.
Scuttling along.
As we are moving along, I'm going to chug a potion.
Okay. So you chug a potion.
Yes, I might chug a potion as well, actually. I'll take my greater.
How much is a potion?
Right, standard healing potion is 2d4 plus 2.
When you play spellcasters that often.
Okay, I heal 17 points. That's...
Okay. After about 30 minutes of crawling, you eventually come out into what appears to be a cellar of what looks to have maybe been at one point been like a general trader. You can see like racks and barrels and that sort of thing. There's a set of stairs that leads up to what looks like a trapdoor, although it is bolted from underneath down here. And you come out from this, what is quite obviously a hand-dug tunnel. And this person comes out, dusting themselves off, and quickly grabs a heavy, very heavy-looking slab of stone and just moves it in front of the hole and goes, "Ah, well, hopefully they shouldn't be able to find us here, and it should give you a bit of a reprieve. You kind of made a mess of things up there. I heard it from all the way over here. We're about 3 streets over."
Sorry.
No, it's all
Yeah.
right. It's very rare to find someone else awake in this godforsaken city. Oh, where are my manners? And he turns and looks at you all, and he has this foppish purple hat, purple adventurer's garb with leather armor and a rapier by his side, pale white skin and white hair, high elven ears, and he goes, "Ha! Pleasure to meet you all. Janda Sunstar at your service."
Queen.
Hi.
And that is where we will
Free
pick this
shop
up.
floor.
Yeah.
We will pick this up again, and it will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Again, we are going to try and record as semi-regularly as we can, depending on people's
Availability and
people's
stuff. Yeah.
schedules, availability, all that sort of stuff. Bit of a tricky time, but we're doing our best to keep content coming to you guys. So please stick with us, and we will bring you what we can when we can. But I hope you have enjoyed tonight and the slightly more intense session than usual, because I ramped things up a bit.
Apologies for any if you see me tinkering with overlays in the background. Things were moving, and things may turn up where they shouldn't be, but hopefully it'll be better in the next recording.
Yeah, but this is trial and error, but we're doing our best. So stick with us, guys. Enjoy the stories that we bring you. Like I say, this is going to end up being a 2-shot. If the guys here enjoy it enough, we may continue with destruction management a bit more and do a bit more of that, as I have put in that chance that there can be more sessions after this. If not, we may swap and do a completely different one-shot, maybe do a mini campaign. If there's anything you guys particularly want to see us do, please do comment on these videos. That will get fed back to us as a group, and we can make some decisions from there maybe. But until next time, guys, enjoy your own games, stay safe, and we'll see you soon. Ta-ta for now.
Bye.
Bye.